All right, we are live on YouTube. Thanks for watching the UGASports Watch Along Show. I am Dayne Young. This is Radi Nabulsi. But you're here to see the Hall of Fame football coach, Jim Donnan. And, Coach, you're matching the team today, back in black.
Hey, I've got the black on, and Happy New Year to everybody. I hope this year starts out with a big Georgia Bulldog victory. Certainly, we'll break the game down as it goes on, but I like our chances. There's too many things said about what we don't have and not enough about what we have. I feel like our guys have really worked hard, Roddy, and understand what it takes to win in a big game like this. This conference we're going against, we don't see these kind of teams in our league, but they are a well-seasoned team, and they play good, and they're well-coached. But I think we got too many horses in the barn for these guys.
Yeah, a lot of seniors on that Cincinnati team. Great coach. I think Dayne said it best when he's like, this guy is one of the most coveted coaches in the nation. Luke Fickell is very talented at what he does. He realizes his team is smaller. They don't have the skill players that Georgia does, but he will, to an extent, you can coach around some of that. You can't coach around all of it, but he will make the adjustments that you need to make when you're outmanned. And Georgia, like you said, Kirby mentioned it the other day, we're only focused on the guys that are out. Well, yeah, when you have possible 9 starters out who, due to injury with Trey Hill or opt-outs like Ben Cleveland and Eric Stokes and Monty Rice and DJ Daniel and Trey McKitty, there's a lot of guys that aren't out there. But you install new guys who are very talented, a lot of highly rated guys, but for some of them it's their first time they've been thrown into that fire. And we've seen in the warm-ups, Georgia's got a new offensive line. It worked out last year with a new offensive line against Baylor. But in other words, I think the teams are a little more equal footing. If Georgia were at full strength, I don't think this would be as close a game. But with new guys in there, especially in the secondary, against a very talented senior quarterback, a team with a bunch of seniors on it, a great dual-threat quarterback, it should be a lot more even than a lot of people may have expected. So
yeah, I would say overall the biggest question mark is going to be who's going to play corner and how well can he do. Is it going to be Stevenson playing out there and somebody else at star, or is it going to be, we could have Speed out there or Kimber, and then at left tackle, are they going to keep Salyer there and move him into guard? And if they do, they'll put Xavier Truss, who's a very good player, but hasn't had much full-time experience. But he has had all the practices all year long going against the first-team defense. And, a lot of teams like to have a guy like Xavier Truss. And then we got Broderick Jones in the background who could step in there too, or McClendon could move over there and we could play Condon, there's a lot of ifs and buts. Erickson's been the center. Does he move to guard? Put Van Pran in at center, who hadn't played much. But, we can go back and forth all we want to. But I know that from my standpoint, as soon as I see that George Pickens is there, I'm going to have a drink of Gatorade. I don't think they can cover Pickens. I don't think they can cover several of these guys. I hate that Cook's not here, but he's got our thoughts and prayers. I had a little interchange with him on a text. He lost his dad this week, and I know that's a terrible loss for his family. He's a young family, and but this is 2 years in a row that he's been ready for the bowl game and really ready to rumble. But we'll just have to see if Kenny Mack can step in there. But a guy that really, I think, could surface today, kind of like Alargy did down there at the Sugar Bowl, would be Kendall Milton. I just feel like he's going to have those fresh legs, having not played in 3 or 4 weeks, and power back that can make the pile move, but also can take it a long way. So watch out for Kendall Milton today. Watch out for Darnell Washington, and watch out for our D-line getting in this guy's face all day long. We're going to have to punish their quarterback, and I think we can do that.
Yeah, Ritter is elusive. He is, when we talk dual threat guys, he had a 91-yard touchdown run. Making him uncomfortable would be a good idea, keeping contained on a guy like that. I know that those dual threats can kind of give you a headache, but rattle this guy. You have the defensive horses to get to him. It's not like you've got a ton of defensive guys out on the defensive line. Let me rephrase that. You got Jordan Davis in there, and to me, once you get Jordan Davis, it's all gravy after that.
Yes.
So you get a little Malik Herring in there. That's a big deal.
It's starting right. Why?
Any thoughts there, Big Dog?
Well, one thing that I follow.
No, don't worry about him.
Who is the biggest fan of Cincinnati today?
What's
Luke
that?
Fickell's agent. Who's the biggest fan of Cincinnati today? I say it's Luke Fickell's agent. When I look at, if I were Cincinnati and I look at how to attack Georgia, you go to the inexperienced secondary. The high percentage passes are going to be to the outside within 20 yards. That's just more high percentage than deep throws, and that's just what they've got going on. So I think that Cincinnati's going to try to do those quick passes, maybe some of the wheel stuff that Florida tried to do, but I don't think Georgia's going to fall victim to it like it had in previous parts of this season.
Yeah, what you do if you're Dan Lanning, defensive coordinator, along with Coach Smart, who's very much in the planning, is you can coach around that. I mean, you don't have to press coverage out there with that. If it's Stevenson, you can play pretty much the same stuff, but you worry about how they can attack you in the slot. We've seen our slot get worn out a little bit with people in the past. Webb, it's up in the air where, I thought it was great that he opted back to play, but he's had a little trouble all year with his foot, and it's up in the air whether he's going to play. I hope that he can, but I would say
he's not dressed out, Coach.
Well,
so I'm just answering the question.
You don't know how do you know he's not dressed out just because he didn't come out to warm-ups?
Apparently, he was out in warm-ups in just a jersey, no pads.
Okay, but that's going to be the position to watch. The strong safety star position. If Stevenson's in there, we're okay, but we give up a lot on the outside. The one thing about speed that worries me is he has a tendency to overplay everything. So watch the out and up on him. Hopefully they'll play him in some 3-deep coverage and make this team earn it. We got to make their running back beat us and take away their quarterback. I think that's I don't think they can run inside on us. So
for the uninitiated like myself, when you want to take away a dual threat quarterback, are you still playing him as if he's a pocket passer and you take away the pass? Or do you...
No, I'm saying, first of all, you got in the run game, you got to stay at home on the zone reads, the quarterback runs, the things like that. Yeah. On the passing game, you play a spy on him, on your man coverage. We will see Anderson spying him when we play our nickel and dime stuff. There's been some rumors that Trayvon Walker's not at the game, and if he's not in there, then we've got to be ready to get somebody else to jump in there in that Jaguar formation where we rush 3 and 4 guys. And
so maybe Devontae Wyatt and Jalen Carter?
Yeah, those both are good guys. Here's the key to the game. If JT can keep playing like that, there's on your screen right now, and I think Dayne can tell everybody how to sync up here so we can, uninitiated, can get it going here.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is once the game gets kicked off, we'll give you frequent updates on where we are on the game clock. And so if you're a little ahead or a little behind, pause whichever feed. Usually it's going to be that we're going to be behind with your TV. So just pause your TV for usually about 12 to 15 seconds, and we should be pretty close if you want to have us be your play-by-play and reaction rather than the crew on ESPN. Coach Chris Moore in the chat just says, Coach, glad you're doing well.
Appreciate it, Chris. As some people may or may not know, both my wife and I have had the COVID. She's been a little bit more under the weather than I have, and fortunately, we've come out of it okay. She's still got a little ways to go, but I wouldn't miss this game for the world. Hey, I got to be down here. I'm sucking it up, and I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm fired up. I'm James Brown today. I feel good.
You see who Georgia's captain is at midfield.
That's big. Richard LeCount out there for representing the UGA seniors, representing the UGA team for the coin toss. Richard LeCount dressed out, and if ever there were a true leader, true captain of that squad, it is Richard LeCount, and we are very, very happy to see him back out there. That's
exactly.
Don't know how much he'll play, but man, just to see him in a uniform, that just does my heart good.
And for everybody, the paradox of this season, after the Kentucky game, He was injured in a motorcycle accident and has not been able to do much for the first couple of weeks, and then he started building up. And then Vanderbilt, they were hoping he might just get in, because of senior day, but these last 3 weeks have been golden for him as far as preparation. It shows you what he's all about as a dog throughout, is the fact he's going to be playing in the Senior Bowl, but he wants to get that one last shot in. Maybe just jump in there for a little bit. I know he's practicing.
DeAndre Swift did that last year, remember?
Yeah.
He was injured, but he still got in for like one play.
He was
forced,
a decoy.
I guarantee that was one of the best decoys ever when they ran the yo-yo play and put him in there, and their whole team jumped up in there and from under threw the guy about 20 yards, but he caught it. But it was a great call by Coley. I don't think you can do that on defense much. Maybe you can line him up like he's going to blitz and make him think he's going to blitz.
Oh,
and
that's
then
a good
bring
idea.
it back. But so many storylines for this game. Playing in the Georgia Dome with a decreased capacity, but you got to feel like there's not a lot of Cincinnati Bearcats there as compared to the Dogs. And as you mentioned, Coach Fickle was a defensive lineman at Ohio State, then joined the staff under Jim Tressel, was the interim coach for a year when Tressel was let go, and is an outstanding young coach. He has a defensive background, and I'm sure they'll try to give us a lot of different looks. They're going to make us look bad some, kind of like Mississippi State, but we're going to pull their pants down on some deep balls today. And I tell you what I like right now, Georgia Bulldogs, they deferred, and unless Georgia took the ball, which is
Cincinnati deferred.
I like this. Us coming out first. I think we're going to smoke it right here.
They're about to kick off, and here we go. Let's see about
Hands in the air.
Kick it short, buddy. Kick it short.
And we are live. Well, we've been live, but now you can sync it up with your TV as the ball is caught at the goal line and run out to about...
Harris Jackson gets about to the 19.
Yeah, 19-yard line. So
lost.
Georgia will begin there. 14:55 on the game clock. Harris Jackson's running off the field with the football. I want to sneak in a couple comments on the YouTube chat. Jack Pearson says, big day for the big tight end. I like that call. I think this could be big for Darnell Washington against a much smaller team. Josh O'Shields says, Coach, prayers to you and your family. Alvin Woodruff says, nice hoodie, Coach.
Yeah,
the team.
This is right from Coach Smart here for the bowl. I mean, I got the dog on here. I got everything. So I got some inside stuff there with the head
Look
coach.
at Xavier Truss.
I met him one time.
You met him one time.
All right, first carry for Georgia, about a yard and a half.
There's a good example of a 3-3-5 defense. You got to figure out who's going to block who, because you never know where those other three are going to come from. You know what I mean? The three that are stacked, they could go any way. We got to pick that up a little better. But just avoid the lost yardage plays. That's the big deal.
Jamari Sawyer in at left guard, Xavier Truss in at left tackle, Warren Erickson at center. Justin Schaefer has switched from left guard to right guard, and Warren McClendon. Oh, the pass to the tight end with a flip.
Come on now, Brady. Answer the phone. The thing I like about our line here is by lining up a tight end to help Truss a little bit, it helps his protection. The guy couldn't come off the edge as much. We had the delay to the back in the backfield, and there's a good job by Fritz. I can see us going up top right here to number 1.
They're playing off him by a mile.
Yeah, keep on playing off of him. Let's go in front of him.
How far is he off, Coach? What's that, 7 yards? 8 yards?
Of course, I don't blame him.
Oh, I don't know either, but I'm like, you're giving him an 8-yard cushion. Oof.
Can't go outside on that 3-3-5.
13:42, 13:41, 13:40 on the game clock. We're at 13:38 and running. Georgia's going to have a second down play here.
It's pretty good when you got a situation where you lose an all-pro tackle type guy in Thomas, replace him with Salyer, then lose a guy like Cleveland and bring in a guy like Xavier Truss.
Yeah.
And he's got a great future. McClendon has had the best year for a new guy that I can remember. What a great job made the All-American freshman team.
Second 11.
There's
I love
old
this route from
Darnell.
Darnell.
Yeah, I would say Darnell was.
Come on, run with the ball, son. You got to make them miss you.
That's a really well drawn up play from Todd Monken.
You just got to use your ability in open field. And the thing that Darnell has improved so much is his body carriage. When he came in here, he's a little heavy. He's 6'7", 270. He's down there a little bit to 260 now. Has been lifting weights. Third down conversion's critical today. We're coming out in an empty formation. Probably going to try to go underneath one of these guys on a crossing route. They're going to heat us up.
Yeah.
Playing
6 in the box.
They backed off. Don't know if I love the downfield target to John Fitzpatrick with all the talent you have on this team at receiver.
Well, that's where his read took him, but you know how you got to. He just doesn't have the agility like McKitty does. Good job by the Bearcats getting us with a great open field tackle on second down. You got to make those plays, Darnell. Kicking game worries me just because of tackling. We've seen it in all these bowl games. You got to tackle better.
12-19 first quarter, 4th and 6. Jake Camarda out to punt. Jake Camarda getting a lot of love from All-American, outlets that are announcing their teams this time of year.
Yeah, he's right in the running for the Ray Guy Award. We're acting like that ball touched them. I don't know if
I don't
did.
think that it did.
There's been some conjecture about Robertson being at the game. I don't know why, but you could see him right there on the kick game.
I just got a text that Dale McGee is wearing the James Cook jersey on the sideline. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the ball hit our Campbell there rushing down the field, so they're going to get the ball there.
Yeah, and I gave them about an extra 10 yards.
Team like the Bearcats, you can see them running some kind of funky first play here.
I was about to say, it looks a little razzle-dazzle, Coach, right off the bat.
Little yo-yo play.
Yeah. Again, like you said, let's see who that other cornerback is going to be.
12:07, first snap from Cincinnati. It's going to be a play fake. There's some zip on that ball.
There's Brini over the top. I like the fact we played cover 2 there. Double cover them.
Do y'all want to run down who's on the secondary again? Because if there's new faces in new places, that's it.
Yeah. If you can see them on this TV, you're better than me. We know Campbell's in there. We know LeCount. We know Smith, and we know Brini.
And Lewis Seen at safety, so Smith.
There's Stevenson out there, so we got Brini at star.
Yep.
Pretty good tackle.
36 at star.
I
think you might have mentioned that earlier today.
I did. I mentioned that Latavius, in the 3-2-1, we mentioned that Tariq Stevenson was likely to go to cornerback and that Latavius Brini would probably go to star. The question is what happens when Stevenson goes to star? Who comes in for him at cornerback? I don't know who the other guy is, but we know that Stevenson can play both. He has, but Mark Webb out in a walking boot. I hate it for Mark Webb because I really enjoy watching that guy play. Big
left guard so illegal. He's in the backfield.
He is backed up. Oh, wow. And there's...
You got to contain him.
Yep.
Attaboy.
Wow, Adam Anderson working as that spy to cut him off.
You know how big...
Did we say that in the first of the game?
Yep. You're right. Kept him a yard short.
I hope this guy thinks he
short.
can make this and goes for it. Terrible spot.
Yeah. Quay Walker bringing the pressure there.
How big is it to have Jordan Davis play in this game?
Well, he's definitely big.
You notice, well, who flushed him out of there?
And who was held?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would hold him too.
So it's going to be 4th and 1. Is this a timeout from Cincinnati?
Might be a review.
Okay, they're reviewing for the spot.
Yeah,
Roddy, I do want to give you a
if
chance.
If anything, the review's going to be the spot's going to be moved back.
Roddy, I want to give you a chance to kind of plug your 3-2-1 report because Eddie from Ackworth says, I know it doesn't have anything to do with this game, but Roddy, you started off 2021 right by mentioning a couple potential transfers. We'll see. There's a lot to be done there in the next couple weeks.
There's a good reason to read the 3-2-1 report we dropped this morning, just from some reports that we had gotten after the team left the hotel and some stuff that we had heard percolating over the last few weeks, and we dropped one. It's New Year's, needs a new 3-2-1. Before I mention that, though, I do want to mention our friends at Athens Ford. They are sponsoring this podcast, and without them, we would not have the podcast with this show, and without them, we wouldn't have it. And, of course, our friends at Bud Light Seltzer. I'm knocking back the pineapple one, because it's New Year's Day. It's noon. I'm drinking at noon, but this only has 100 calories. It's 5% alcohol by volume. It tastes fantastic.
How many of those have you had since midnight?
I had a couple last night after midnight, but so I guess
I think there's
two,
a few
this
out
would
of
be
this
three.
box in here. You may have taken some last time you were over.
So I'm just saying that I really appreciate them, and I also like the strawberry. The strawberry kind of reminds me of a fresh day, so I will be partaking in more of those. But shout out to Bud Light Seltzer and Athens Ford. Athens Ford, best service area you'll ever see. But the 3-2-1 report we had, we mentioned one of the freshmen at Georgia is, early enrollees is absolutely just head and shoulders above everybody else over there, just literally and figuratively. We talked about Amaris Mims, and you need to read that. We talked about a couple guys who might go into the transfer portal, and Tank Bigsby, the Auburn running back, and Arik Gilbert, the tight end over at LSU. Not saying that they are going, but if they do, read what we wrote about Georgia's chances of landing one and or both of those guys in the 3-2-1 column. We mentioned we didn't know exactly how the offensive line was going to play out today, but we mentioned some of the guys. We mentioned that the fact that Jamari Sawyer might move inside. We've seen that with Xavier Truss playing left tackle. We mentioned some of the stuff about the defensive backs moving around and who might be the guy cornerback, who takes over for Eric Stokes being out, what kind of adjustments they do there. We mentioned the fact that Mark Webb was likely we weren't sure if he's going to play. We mentioned that he was in a boot, hoping. But again, guys are in boots all the time, and then they still I think Monty Rice was in a boot most of the year, and guys line up and they play. The boot is to keep them protected throughout the day, and then they come in and play later. So
there's a lot of guys playing injured at Georgia right now.
Yeah.
There's going to be some repairs done, some procedures coming in the next few weeks.
Yeah, and that's
happens every year.
And see, that's why I'm against. I should say against, but that's why when you look at like the Ohio State thing, and people are like, well, they're one of the four best teams. I'm like, yeah, but you avoided. If you didn't play so many more games, I'm not saying you want to get hurt, but there are a lot of teams that had banged up guys. Look at Georgia going into that Florida game. You're without Jordan Davis. You're out Richard LeCounte.
Cincinnati punts at 10:40.
Stetson Bennett gets hurt. You missed so many guys in that game that it just absolutely killed you. So I don't know. I'm not saying I wanted Ohio State to get hurt, but I'm just saying there's a reason a 9-10 win team has gone through a lot more hell than a 5 or 6 win team or 6-game team.
Coach, Georgia comes out for its second possession here. What are you kind of wanting to see based on what you saw from the first?
Yeah, I just think we got to be careful about trying to run any cutback plays. We just got to go straight ahead. They're 3-3-5 deals. We got to either run misdirection or run right at them. And then the other thing is maybe some toss sweeps. But this team, if they're going to play that far off of us, we got to run some bubble screens and some quick outs. Here's Kendall Milton right in the game, a second rattle out of the box.
You mentioned him right before we started.
10:37 in the first quarter. It's 1st and 10. There's a fake pitch and then a toss to him. A pass to him.
The guy's just an average back.
He did make the first guy miss.
He didn't put the ball on his outside arm, but other than that, he was great. There's a good job of faking the toss, which I thought we were going to run, and that's what Luke Fickell thought. And good job of run after the catch. Let's go here, refs. Let them play.
10-12, 10-11, 10-10 first quarter.
We got the ACC refs today, so we should have a pretty good job of calling this.
10 minutes in the first quarter. Kyrus Jackson in motion to the left. Or is that north and south run you were
yeah,
Coach?
You're right. That's Kenny Mack taking it straight up the gut.
They just can't line up against us if we get a hat on the hat.
The main thing that you're going to see JT Daniels work on after this game is going to be getting a bit more mobility, because you saw late in the season, I know Georgia's competition was some of the worst teams in the SEC, but they were beginning to storm the backfield and be aggressive with him just because he does not have the agility to avoid tackles right now.
Right.
You're not going to get it either. I mean, that's just not his fault. I mean, it's just what he's born with.
Yeah.
We can't try to fake these guys. that guy was unblocked. Did you see that?
I was about to say Ponder came through without untouched and was basically waiting on him. We saw that edge rush earlier on that first series. Another guy came through untouched.
You got to have some kind of tight wing or third down conversion is critical in this game. We just got to get going.
I mean,
here.
you're running 12 personnel and you're still having guys come through untouched.
Going empty again.
And they only had 5.
We've been playing 6.5 minutes and I hadn't even looked at Perkins at George yet.
And no targets for him.
No targets for any wide receiver.
It's his first drop in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, Kendall Milton started that drive off really well, picking up 22 yards, and then lost play.
First drop in 2 years.
Yeah.
Can't throw it any better than that.
No.
Just lucky he didn't get tipped and caught.
We're
playing a little tight right now. It worries me. We're playing tight.
From a target standpoint, 3 targets to tight ends, 2 to John Fitzpatrick, and 1 to Darnell Washington. George Pickens, the only receiver with a target. And Kendall
God, what a bad kick. Goodness gracious.
That's special
I don't
teams.
know why he was moving to his right like he's running some kind of rugby punt. Just kick it regular. Unbelievable.
Okay, still back. Did it get
Like the Sugar Bowl punt. We're on worst enemy right now, Roddy.
Yeah, I mean, you're shooting yourselves in the foot now. You can't just throw your helmet out there and expect to take down a team who is really motivated to beat you.
I said it in my prediction that published early this morning, or I guess yesterday morning. This is the Super Bowl for Cincinnati.
Yeah.
This is everything that they can play for because they've won everything else. So they're playing for respect for them and their confidence.
They can't beat us, but we can lose to them. That's what we're doing right now. We're losing with ineffective blocking, drop passes.
Well, I always say if you want to have an upset, it's 3 ingredients: special teams, penalties, and turnovers. You know, when now you see a bad special teams play, you just hope they don't nothing else comes back. You don't have any of the penalties or turnovers that'll just kill you.
Coach, are bowl games from a motivation standpoint or from any kind of approach standpoint, are they different from a head coach or any of the coaches, or is it just another game?
Well, this year it's different because of the not going to the game, sending your seniors out, everything that you do for a senior class. It's just like a road game. You know, our team went over to the Omni Hotel last night at 5 o'clock and spent the night, but didn't do any bowl, festivities like you usually do at the Peach Bowl. But as far as the practice and everything, it was like had plenty of time to work over at the Billy Payne Center there, indoors, and got some good reps in for the younger guys. So I always felt like it was a good chance to help the younger guys get some more practice and also send your seniors out with a great, let them have a good trip. So you're not really having a trip, but maybe the freshmen and the younger guys got some reps here. But right now we're playing a little tight. But, it's obvious that happens when you hadn't played in several weeks. Not only did we not, but, from Cincinnati's standpoint, they've only played one game in 44 days.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They played Tulsa 3 weeks ago, but prior to that, they had 2 games called off.
It was a tight game in their championship.
Went down to the wire. They played UCF in a tight fit game and then had 2 weeks off and then finished up with Tulsa.
Tulsa's a fighting team, so I hear.
Yeah, that was a black mark on college football yesterday. I was just unbelievable. Your best player punt one that poorly, but we got to step up here.
All right,
you gave him the ball on your side of the field.
About the 42-yard line, Cincinnati starts this drive. Quite an opportunity.
See that defense step up.
Oh, that ain't going to do it. I promise you.
99. Who is he?
Jordan Davis showing the splash technique of
There's a
making
good
sure Ritter's
example
down.
of our defense playing the quarterback more than they are the inside.
Right.
We're gonna make that running game inside. They're gonna have to live with what they get.
We got a camera shot of a grandmother and a girlfriend. So, bowl season.
That's not a bad shot. I like both those, but especially the latter one.
2nd and 13.
Oof.
Great pass.
Way to thread a needle there between Brittany and Scene.
Very
Ritter's
good
got
arm.
a strong arm.
Very good arm here.
Oh, they can't.
Wow.
They can't manage Jordan Davis. They're gonna have to get the ball out quick all game.
Right there,
That's Smith.
terrible drop by our linebackers there. They just opened up the seam. You can see
Nakobe.
17, Nakobe Dean, going way too wide with no threat of the inside pressure.
7:30 left in the first.
Play your spot here. We got to get out with a field goal here.
Yep.
$7:20, 7:19.
And big Jordan Davis making his presence felt again.
A lot of
Quay
people are
Walker.
talking about Jordan Davis. A lot of people talk about Azeez Ojulari. I want to give a shout out to Malik Herring. That guy is Georgia through and through and has just really come to play for year after year and just done his job well. What a career.
I liked big Jordan Davis taking on that double team right there, freeing up Quay Walker. Quay Walker just came in and laid the wood.
Be nice to get a turnover here.
Kobe Dean trying to get guys in position.
Brainy
moving Brainy
lined
over.
up.
Brainy's got to pick up that slot guy.
Holy
Oh
sinking
my
missile
goodness!
Christopher Smith.
Christopher Smith comes flying in like he knew what the play call was.
there. That's just coaching there. I mean, your safety in a too deep coverage, and watch him come up inside out.
Look at the speed of that guy.
Also good by
Nakobe Dean there. Yeah.
As that play was getting set, Azeez Ojulari actually had to slide out and cover a receiver.
Oh, I missed that.
And yeah, it was
Nice.
on the left
Yeah, that was
side.
because he had his own pressure on that side. We're trying to double this guy here. We might be coming with a heat.
There's nobody on.
Good Lord.
Wow. With a guy in his face.
Be their best pressure.
Yep.
I would have liked to play zone there. Right there, you got to play the sticks, Stevenson. You can't keep backing up.
It was a heck of a conversion on 3rd and 9.
Cincinnati is getting really good quarterback play right now. 5:20 first quarter.
There's
There's a predetermined quarterback keep. Hurt you.
Second and 5 for Cincinnati. We're at 5 minutes left here in the first quarter. Score tied at 0, but Cincinnati deep in Georgia's own territory after a Jake Camarda. Just a poor punt. Cincinnati
How far
started,
was that punt?
Let me
About
find
20 yards. Guy averaging 50 yards a punt.
Yeah. Desmond Ritter's 3 of 4 so far. 33 yards. Yep,
Touchdown.
You could see the minute he caught it.
All right, so Georgia gets in an early hole.
They better figure out some way to stop Alec Pierce. 2 catches, 25 yards, and a touchdown.
That was a 4-yard punt, Coach.
How far?
4.
Yeah.
It's hard to punt shorter than that. But it happens.
At that point, that's the equivalent of just fumbling the ball.
There's a good example of attacking our coverage, though. I mean, they worked on the inside. except for one pass outside. And
Georgia's response is going to be crucial here because Cincinnati, I mean, they believe in themselves.
right there, you're playing with Brini, who hasn't even played all year. He's played on special teams, but he's playing in there at star, and got to get lined up.
Right.
This poor field position football there. I mean, you special teams, you just can't give a good team that kind of short field.
Nah.
And it's obvious that quarterback Ritter is a good runner, but at this point he's shown a lot more velocity than I thought watching the tape. You can't really gauge it, but this guy's got good touch, and receivers are running some good routes too. They're right, zone beaters, and we've had 2 poor possessions offensively, 1 first down. Got to get rolling here. We've actually had 2 first downs.
So in our UGASports group chat, sometimes we just toss out hypotheticals or questions just to see if someone else knows the answer. And Jason Budd asked us all, was that the worst, I guess in terms of like yardage, the worst non-blocked punt in Georgia history, only 4 yards? And Patrick Garvin said that he thinks that UGA actually had a negative yardage punt somewhere early in the Dooley years. So I don't know how that works.
Sometimes you could have one where wind caught it and went backwards, but you normally speaking, if you're coaching football on any level, you'd like 40 yards net on a punt, and anything over that's great, anything under that's not great. But a 4-yard net punt is deadly. And the technique he used is what worried me. He's always just got a rhythm kicker, but he actually rolled out and kicked it. I don't know if that's something that we were practicing or what, but
Ray Guy finalist. That's not exactly what he normally does.
Here's the thing: if you're going to roll out, you have to rugby kick it. You can't kick it off the side of your foot because your momentum's carrying you sideways, and that makes the ball go sideways. That was just a technique situation from one of the best punters I've ever seen.
Want to give a shout out to Bud Light Seltzer for sponsoring the UGA Sports Watch Along show. That's our friends Leon Farmer, longtime supporter of really everything Georgia and Athens. And Coach, I know someone that you have a lot of respect for personally and have a relationship with. So Leon,
yeah, Leon, his family, he's meant a lot to us. His dad, his stepmother Vicky. I mean, all of them just been really great supporters of not only UGA but myself. Let's see if we make any kind of adjustment on this kickoff return. And they kicked it to the other side, which is good coaching. We had to return the other way. I watched the inside guy just settle down after a clear out. He clears out, and the other guy just comes in there right in behind him. We're playing zone. Linebacker's got to read the quarterback's eyes and make the tackle. Channing Tindall misses the tackle, overruns it.
Mm-hmm.
You can say what you want to about wheel routes and all that. This is not a wheel route. This is a pure zone. Linebacker's got to make the tackle. I mean, he overran it. There's a position where Monty Rice, starting player, not in the game, veteran guy. We're going deep again.
First down for Georgia, going deep.
You got him. Go on, George. Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
He was pissed because he missed that other one.
Holy
Excuse my language.
Wow.
Take that piano off his back and ride him like Liberace, baby. Ride that thing. Liberace, play that song. Boom.
The way that guy dives for balls.
Oh, what a run.
Goodness.
Oh, Burma Road. Got the dogs mad.
Yeah, you done ticked them off now. They're showing want to now. Again, and he's done that so many times, that dive. He's so
his hands are so good when the ball hits the ground,
catch it. It's not this ball's too far. He's going to go out for it. And you've seen guys get little alligator arms, they're like, it doesn't matter. That guy just is addicted to catching the football. You don't have to worry about a bad punt if you want to take it that far.
Oh.
No,
you
there's
got a
no
little
flag on that?
Is that going to be an interception, fumble, and then recovered touchback?
A little greedy there by the Dogs. You just ran the ball for. Oh my goodness!
So we said special teams, turnovers, and penalties. There's a turnover.
All right, refs are talking about this.
Yeah.
Get him
Luke-
off.
Luke-
the field.
Luke needs to
talking
get
about
out of
it with
there,
him.
yeah.
I don't understand why you're throwing the ball in front of the guy on the goal.
Is that intended to be?
It
back
might have been.
shoulder?
It might have been a RPO, and the read is throw it outside if you don't have the run.
You see, refs going to take a while there.
So Daniels threw the ball. It looked like it was intercepted, and then it was a fumble from there. But another Cincinnati player recovered it in the end zone. So I think what this is going to be is a touchback Cincinnati football.
But I think he also took the ball into the end zone on in the recovery.
We'll have to see. So the ball's going to be at the 1 yard line for Cincinnati.
Yeah,
They're
this
going to
is-
say he was down before he went in the end zone.
Right, they said his momentum took him into the end zone, and therefore that it puts him on the 1. That's where his momentum was. That's why I was thinking that they're like, okay, if he recovered it on the 1, then went into the end zone, then it's not so much a touchback if he had control and went in.
Essentially, we've had 2 turnovers.
I guess they're saying that back knee.
Yeah.
You see Pickens back there.
You got to call that. I mean,
Yeah. That's why I wasn't really concerned about the interception, because I thought there's obviously going to be a flag here for the way the guy's holding on to George Pickens. Silly me expecting a flag.
Coach, is that an inaccurate pass too far to the inside? Or
Yeah, I think a little bit of the coverage knocked him off, but I think he's thinking he's going to throw it to the outside.
Because usually on that kind of route, that's going to be a bit of a back shoulder, and it's just he stops at the right time, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that was going to be a back shoulder or fade. It's hard, but it was
Yeah, it's hard
definitely
to tell.
It's definitely a RPO, which means you can throw it or you can run it, and we decided to throw it.
You know, one thing Kirby Smart raved about in preparation for Cincinnati was how often they generate turnovers.
Well, they've had 32 interceptions in 2 years,
I'd say that's pretty good. I think you'd be happy with that.
but we're basically silver platter in this game here.
Yeah. All right, so Georgia needs to. Well, they have a basketball goal dunk. Well, Georgia's going to be on defense here at the 1 yard line. 3:29 here left in the first. At least need to get the football back, but if you could get a safety here, that would be quite a momentum changer. Need some kind of energy. I thought that deep pass to Pickens was doing it, but it's going to be a little bit shy of the 1 yard line by about a football.
You're damned if you do and damned if you don't on the RPOs, but we saw the same thing happen to us against Kentucky, where we had a tip pass on the 10-yard line, where we were going in to score at the end of the half. 1st and 10 after you run is a good rundown in the red zone, but
These refs are still talking.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're trying to figure out whether or not that was, an actual interception because it's punched out so quick.
They're going to be a review here.
Was the guy down? Did he recover in the end zone? I think that the difference between the first having the ball on the 1 and having it as a touchback.
the guy definitely intercepted it. I mean, there's no way he didn't intercept it because he took a football move forward.
I agree. I'm just saying, trying to figure out what they're spending so much time talking about. I
thought you said they're trying to decide whether it's an interception or not.
No, I'm just saying all the possibilities. That was one, but I think what they're really looking at is, did he slide into the end zone? When did he recover it? Is it on the 1 or is it a touchback?
Yeah, that's what they got to figure out.
And that's why Luke was down there kind of yelling at him, saying, "Hey, We get it on the 20, not the 1.
I had mentioned this Bud Light Seltzer, and I want to give a shout out to this variety pack. This is the remix edition. And Roddy, when you told me about this, really as the season started, you brought these boxes in here. And these flavors, you know, they seem like more fall flavors, but I see you down in that pineapple down there. And
'Cause it's like 50 degrees outside, pouring down wet, cold, nasty. I'm going strawberry because strawberry tastes like strawberry and bubbles.
You're
Going
going
pineapple.
yeah.
To, you know, I've had a strawberry. The pineapple to me is.
But what time of year is it? Cranberry is in here. I mean,
Yeah,
that's perfect
That's
for the
good,
season.
but dude, we had
You're cranberried out? Fine.
a little cranberry dye.
Okay, well, then I'll take the cranberry.
But that cranberry with some Tito's vodka in it.
I know.
Whew.
You can also get the grapefruit again, this Bud Light Seltzer Variety Remix Edition. There's the grapefruit, the cranberry, the pineapple, the strawberry. You can find it wherever you buy your adult beverages. I've seen them all over Kroger and Publix in Athens, and I don't see many of them because usually they're in carts being checked out by the time that I'm walking around there. So get you one of the variety packs, this Remix Edition, and again, thank you to Bud Light Seltzer.
And if you've got a New Year's resolution to be on a diet, this works. Only 100 calories, 5% alcohol by volume. It looks like Cincinnati is going to take the ball on the 1 after all that.
And if you want to get a lot of cases of the Bud Light Seltzer, there's a lot of trucks at Athens Ford that can haul it for you.
Exactly, my friend.
We'll tell you more about them later in the show. So I think they're trying to see.
He's down there.
He's down. Exactly.
I mean, maybe it's a football further back. But yeah, he's down. That's a good call from the refs to get that right the first time. All right.
If I'm Cincinnati, I go up top here.
Don't try to run against big Jordan Davis.
About 3 feet away from the goal line. This is a big jumbo set. I don't see them doing too much here. Just a sneak.
Most teams try to draw you offside.
Yeah, he did. You can see that. He did a super hard head shake. Trying to get a cheap 5 yards. And again, it happens.
My son-in-law said to tell you that you had a good grip on the Bud Light Seltzer.
Which one?
One of you, are you drinking one too?
Oh, I'm just saying, Roddy. Well,
No, I got mine.
I think I've seen a couple already. A little early for.
So they got him 2 yards. Oh, wow. They brought the pressure there.
If you've ever stopped somebody, Dan Lanning, make these suckers punt it here.
I'm impressed with Ritter. He's a seasoned
I always
quarterback.
hate to have to punt out of your own end zone. The first thing you got to do is protect, and then you got to try to cover. And boy, there's a lot of run backs on that, but we got to get them in the punt situation here.
He converted a 3rd and 9 pretty easily.
This could be a quarterback run.
Adam Spire. Oh, wow.
Kirby getting off on Brainy because he let him outside.
Yep.
All right, so it will be a punt from Cincinnati.
Wasting your breath, Kirby. You wasting your breath, man. Just settle down, son. He's all we got. He's all we got.
Now he's got to run right back out there for.
I mean, how many teams are playing their 4th team star in the game? That's what, and the guy that's never even played it before. He's a safety. He's never played it. Come on, kick it short. Come on, Kyrus.
It's a left-footed punter.
That's a good punt.
Yeah.
45 net, 42 net.
Georgia takes over their the Bearcat 44. Not too shabby.
If you've ever asserted yourself, this is where you got to do it.
Coach, I assume you're like most of the country and thinking Alabama-Clemson win tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a big upset for Alabama to lose. I think Clemson could, but I like Alabama.
I just
like to see us get a little rhythm here, and JT, don't let that interception bother you.
I don't pick against teams with Trevor Lawrence typically.
No, I'm with you there.
He just 34-1. There's a bubble.
Karis Jackson, it's a good game.
Ooh, and a little takedown there by George Pickens. Yep, there's a flag.
Shit. Don't block like that in the open field, George.
I saw the tackle before I saw the
how
flag.
many times we've been on this year about you're out there in front of everybody.
Yep.
Don't try something that's stupid just because you had an interception before. Georgia on a major league gift package this year.
Yeah, just giving away everything. Giving away the ball, giving away field position, giving away penalties.
He's good right here. He's good right here.
Watch this.
I don't know about that
one.
I just saw him, his hands are on the guy. He throws him to the ground. I called it, and then sure enough, there's the flag.
Perception and reality.
Yeah. And in real time, it looks like he threw him to the ground. In
Blitz.
slow motion.
There you go. Darnell.
Jeez.
They can't handle him. They can't handle him.
Oh, my goodness. I love watching that dude catch footballs.
I'd throw it in 30 times.
I would too. I don't care if we lost 100-0. That guy's just a monster.
He's just 6'7".
Just 6'7". He looks like he's playing against the 8th grade team with that little number 15 safety for the Bearcats. He's like, what did I just tackle? Yeah, I think a heavy dose of Kenny Mack to maybe the wide side of the field. He run into the boundary there, Coach.
Yeah.
I would have thrown it to Darnell again. And again.
We got another penalty.
Can't be good. Oh, blocking the back.
Who was it?
I thought he said 7. So
Burton?
that's Burton.
Or
Oh, maybe he
73?
said 73. It's audio's low over there.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's on
73's
Truss.
on the other side of the field.
It's on
What are you
Truss.
doing there, Truss?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
about that
that-
come
either.
on.
Come on, answer the phone.
That guy fell down.
What'd you say about those ACC refs?
We just playing so unpoised. You got the
Milton's
22
there.
on the wheel.
I would have gone to Milton there, but it worked out. Georgia has 154 total yards. Cincinnati has 53.
They got nothing here on our slot. They got nothing if we throw the flag to the inside receiver.
51 seconds, 50, 49, 48 for those of you syncing up at home. 2nd and 14, 43.
Karis
22.
Jackson touchdown.
Second and 14. Pass.
Wow.
George Pickens, touchdown. Georgia.
Can you get the receiver right? You got one job, Coach.
I bet Karis was open too.
Did you see the velocity on that ball?
Yeah, I liked it.
He says under his breath.
Yeah, I like that. I did like that too. Wow. You
Let me
threw him like
just
that
tell
back
you-
in the day, didn't you, Coach?
Let me just tell you. You have got to throw the ball to that guy. I mean, he dropped one. He'll drop one in a couple more years.
Frankly, if I've got Pickens and Washington, one of them's going to be on each side of the field and running routes. I mean, it's a pretty route. Perfect throw. All right,
That-
Georgia ties the game up.
I mean, that literally looked like one of those Flash Gordon lasers. Look at that ball. Damn. And Warren Erickson just absolutely mauling that guy that came up in the zero technique, just slamming him to the ground.
Based on his talent and the way that a lot of players do, this is unless it's a playoff next year, this might be George Pickens' last bowl game.
This game?
His last bowl game. I'm saying
Prophet of doom.
I'm just saying that if Georgia's not in a playoff next year, this could be his last bowl game. Because
I
typically,
got what you're saying.
because typically players of his talent opt out and focus on the pros.
Well, no, they'll be in the playoffs next year, and you get to see him in 2 extra games.
See, if you make a prediction a year out, no one remembers what it was.
Why do you think I'm doing it, dude? Who's going to go back and watch the 14:31 mark of the Peach Bowl where Roddy said something stupid? You know.
Regardless, George Pickens is just such an immense talent, and you cannot target him too much.
Except on third down, when he got to make the first down when he dropped it. If we made that first down, hey, this got to not let this quarterback hurt us here. Going empty, maybe a quarterback draw.
Oh my goodness, Big Jordan.
I can tell you
Jalen
this.
Carter jumped back there pretty quick, beat his man.
They hadn't seen a lot of D linemen run around like our guy. There's just a great play by Wyatt.
Yeah.
When he can play the tunnel.
Quick offensive.
Everybody used to bust me about the tunnel screen, but a really good read for your tunnel, if the D line is not penetrating, you can't throw it.
Right.
You just got to throw it when they're at least 4 yards in your backfield. If not, the inside pursuit's going to kill you.
Now, are you letting them come in 3 or 4, or are they just doing it?
Yeah, I mean, we always had a little influence, set to the outside, let him come inside. You think he's beating you, and then go out and block. But, I don't know if Wyatt was taking a play off or what, but he was right where he needed to be as far as positioning. But his effort rushing the passer was not enough to throw a tunnel on. But
Well, it's funny but Jalen Carter had blown up the other side and was back there. You notice he did not collapse immediately on the quarterback. He stayed in his lane.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm
Well, we got to
contain.
What we got to do right now is we got to make up for the inadequacies of 2 positions here. Monty Rice being out of the game on third down with our nickel and dime package with Channing Tindall in there getting a zone spot, play where you're supposed to be, and then Breeny figuring out how to play star. I mean, give the kid a break. I mean, he hasn't played in his whole life back there. He's been a strong safety, a 2-deep guy. Now he's having to play run support, having to play inside routes, jam receivers, and he's done a fairly good job, but it's still, if Tom Cruise was going to make another movie, I would say Mission Impossible 8 would be how to play the star when you never played it before.
I was just going to say that there's a reason when they moved Mark Webb from offense to defense, that's where he popped up, because he's a smart guy. He anticipates, he reads, and that is one of Kirby Smart's linchpins on that defense is what the star's doing.
Yeah, I can see us maybe giving, if they keep doing that, we could see Speed come in at corner and Stevenson play star. He's played it, but
let me run down some first quarter stats for Georgia. JT Daniels, 8 of 11, 149 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. So that's 149 passing yards for Georgia. The Bulldogs have 21 rushing yards. Zamir White, 3 carries for 13. Kenny McIntosh.
Like Mississippi State, tell them that. That's what they play.
Receiving, George Pickens has 3 catches for 71 yards and a touchdown. He's been targeted 4 times. He did have the 1 drop. Darnell Washington has 2 targets, both catches, 43 yards, a 38-yard. Whew! Get that guy rumbling in the open field. That's all I'm saying. Yep. Kendall Milton had the 1 catch for 22 yards. John Fitzpatrick had 1 catch for 9 yards. Kyrus Jackson had a 4-yard catch. If you're going total yards, Georgia 170, Cincinnati 56. Cincinnati only has 6 rushing yards, so I don't expect the Bearcats to be running a lot on Georgia.
No, they had a couple of decent runs, and then they had some lost yardage plays, so that total is a little misleading. But you're right; they're not exactly tearing it up on the field, and you can't when you're trying to run against Davis and Malik setting the edge, and Devontae doing a good job. Toby Johnson, former Georgia defensive lineman, just hit me up and says, "Am I tripping? Or are we playing 3 different O linemen out there today? Because I've never seen those guys." And Coach, you mentioned you're adjusting for. On the defense, some big, losing, not having Monty Rice out there, not having Mark Webb out there is big. But I think Georgia's got a
Well, how about the two corners, Stokes and Daniels? You don't have them either.
yeah.
But hey, that's no excuse.
No.
I mean, I'm just happy we got through that first quarter.
Wow, what a sack!
I'm just glad we got through that first quarter not with the mistakes we made. Only down,
Adam Anderson.
Boy, when you let Adam Anderson pin his ears back, watch him just boat race this guy. Whew. I mean, that poor 58. That he's like, I don't know what to do. And I think the guy had his eyes on Malik Herring because Malik lines up on his inside shoulder, and Malik takes off to the inside, and he's caught staring.
Here's a paradox here. We're going to play. We might play man under here and watch the quarterback run here. Watch it. Be careful. Please spy him.
Yeah, about to say who's got him? Who's got him? Two guys.
All right, that's the way to play
Wow,
the sticks.
Brini with growing up before our eyes, Coach.
Brini Suprini.
Wow.
That's about as good as you can play.
I was about to say that's textbook right there.
Now, Karras is going to back up 5 yards because this guy's been thunderfooting, and we're going to maybe take this into the house. This old lefty.
So you put on the blocks?
No, heck no.
I mean, you're trying to keep them there so you can set up the return.
We got the return here. We won't try. Kirby's worried about the roughing the kicker. He ain't going to rush this guy.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, you're blocking their men from coming downfield here. So try to get your set up your return. Oh, man, their gunner's right there.
Good punt.
Yeah. Not a whole lot you can do there when their gunner's waiting on you to catch it. Two of them, actually.
If you've got questions or comments in the chat, leave them there. We'll get to them as we can.
Yeah, tell us where you're watching this game from.
Yeah, tell us where you're watching from. I'll shout out your city.
Yeah. Unless you live in a crappy town, and we won't mention it.
We're in Athens, Georgia. Just thought I'd toss that.
Well, we know some people are watching in Oklahoma, out there in Norman, Oklahoma, because my daughter and son-in-law, Paige and Greg, glad to see them snowbound there.
Oh,
they got 6 inches of snow. She left here yesterday. It was nice, and gets home and gets 6 inches of snow. That's why you need to come back, Paige.
14:02, second quarter, first.
But this is kind of what I was mentioning. Georgia is replacing all those guys on defense, but they're also replacing offensive linemen.
We just can't run against this look here, Todd.
No.
You got to tighten things up.
Just like you said, Coach, you saw the same thing against Mississippi State. Mississippi State, though, kept all those guys in the box and just dared JT Daniels to throw over him. He went 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah. That's what we're going to have. We don't need to get any more third down situations.
Yeah.
Second and 9, 13:37, 13:36, 13:35.
Don't forget about 0.
Yep.
How can you?
There's no one to his left.
Darnell was open.
Yeah.
Just a poor pass. Come on.
Columbia, South Carolina, Brazelton, Georgia, Temple, Georgia, Atlanta, Medellin, Columbia.
Oh, Georgia going a little tempo here, a little quick.
They're all sides.
Yep.
These guys know what they're doing on defense. They forced us into a quick throw and didn't make the first down. You got to keep running.
That's the only way to tackle that guy, just dive into his legs.
Be a great time for a fake punt, Kirby. Although I know he won't.
I'm about to say fake punt in the playoffs or in the bowl game. Yeah, although I think he did it last year, though, didn't he? Against Baylor?
No, our defense is playing too good to fake it. Come on, Kamara, come back.
Other than that short field on the bad punt, Cincinnati's offense really hasn't done a whole lot. Oh, that's 2.
That was the worst punt coverage we've had all year.
Yeah.
10-yard return on a 28-yard punt.
Georgia has not been giving up yards in the punt game.
Let me give more of these shout-outs to where people are watching from. I said Medellin, Columbia, which is quite cool. I like that.
He's in Columbia. What does he do down there?
Frank, tell us what you do in Columbia.
Hope he's not in the drug business.
Chattanooga, Tennessee, one of my favorite places. I love Chattanooga. So thank you.
Chattanooga.
Off the grid. Charlotte, North Carolina, Southern California.
Oh, the SoCal dogs are the best dogs. They're great people down there.
Conroe, Texas is where Matt Thompson is. Aaron Calloway's in New York. Antonio Cooper is in Goldsboro, North Carolina. Nick Tiller in Lexington, North Carolina. Sir Maddox in Charleston. Charleston, loved it too. Mike Mitchell's in Fairhope, Alabama.
Town.
Kim Bowen is in Talbot, Tennessee. We've got Des Moines. Let's see. Charlotte again.
Charlotte's also a great town, but
Oh, it's wonderful. Madison, Alabama. Asheville, North Carolina. Anchorage, Alaska.
my brother's up there. Say hi to him over in Eagle River.
Santan Valley, Arizona. Little Rock, Arkansas. Charlton County, Georgia. Coach, I know you've been.
Charlton.
I know
get
that
those
place.
You've been in
Bailey
some recruiting.
boys.
We've got San Albans, West Virginia.
St. Albans. St. Albans. Albans. Albans.
You
The only
know
reason
more
I
than me.
know that is because I'm West Virginia.
Poplarville, Mississippi. Columbus, Georgia. Marcel, I spent a lot of time there in my previous work life. Channel
I got to
3.
tell you a story about how you pronounce things in West Virginia. There was this town in West Virginia called Hurricane. That's the way you say it, but some people say it's Hurricane. And these two guys are arguing back and forth, and so they drove out the interstate and went in this place to get something to eat. And they kept arguing. Say, hey, let's just ask this lady here that's working here. Said, how do you say this name where we are? What's the name of this place? And she says, what? Said, what is the name of this place? How do you spell it? What's the name of it? She said, Dairy Queen.
Oh God, I knew that was coming.
It's not Hurricane. It's not Hurricane. It's Dairy Queen.
As we wait for Cincinnati to get on the field, I'll sneak a couple more of these
I
in here.
need some levity here, man.
Yeah.
I'm in the fetal position worrying about how much we're trying to give these guys this thing. Let's go.
Eustis, Florida. Snellville, Georgia. Covington, Georgia. Augusta, Georgia. Winchester, New York. I'll hit a few more of these as we can, so keep telling me where you're watching from. We'd love to hear it.
12:16 on the clock. 1st and 10 for the Bearcats. Let's see what we got here. Boy, Georgia's playing really far off right there.
First down, Cincinnati.
Surprised
Tyson
Campbell
Campbell's
this,
Yeah, he was 11 yards off the ball, off the line.
but he's playing what they're called because we're protecting the other side. You can't
Yeah.
do it on one side, not the other.
Right. But I mean, hey,
They're not going to beat us throwing that pass.
No, I mean they're taking what Georgia gave them. So
11:49, 11:48, 11:47 game clock.
You got to play the quarterback, man.
Yep.
Who is that over there?
Oh
Flag
my
of play.
goodness.
They didn't call a.
Think all rough in the passer maybe because
No, they didn't call targeting here, did they?
that's
There's no way.
wow.
Who's that on scene?
Lewisine.
Come on. Guy ain't even gone down.
That's terrible.
I mean, is he just supposed to stand up? He's just stopping himself.
Woo!
Yeah, I mean he's falling down.
That's the third horrible call.
Guys trying to justify their getting paid. Got their per diem. That's what I always
11-20.
hate about having a different group of guys for, they got to make sure they get reverse.
We're blocking the back, but I don't think we'll get that.
Oh, Jalen Carter getting out there to stop that, because if he doesn't get there, that's a first down and more probably.
Doing a good job attacking our defense.
Fernandina Beach, Florida. Portland, Oregon. Atlanta.
Hey Tom.
Concord, North Carolina. Coral Gables. Cruton.
Send us some recruits. 10:45, 10:44, 10:43, 2nd and 4 for the Bearcats after a garbage penalty call there.
Draw. Well done to Kobe Dean.
Kobe Dean steps up.
Cincinnati's best running option is their quarterback. They're not doing anything else on the ground right now. Another Greenville, South Carolina.
If they
Savannah.
do decide to throw here, we can knock them out of field goal range with a sack.
And Georgia never did get that offsides penalty, too. Wow. Good run.
God knows. How can he run the ball for 5 yards on 3rd and 4? Good job, their offense. I mean,
Yep.
they, we're worried about the quarterback. Knocked us off the ball there.
So Georgia has 3 penalties for 35 yards. Cincinnati has 0. Bearcats are 2 of 5 on 3rd down conversions. Georgia's 0 for 3.
0 for 3.
Yep.
You can usually look at penalties, turnovers, and 3rd downs, and that'll
Yep.
tell you who won the game.
Exactly. That's
Typically.
Georgia with 1 turnover, Cincinnati with 0.
This is going to be reviewed.
I don't think he made it.
Marietta, Flowery Branch, Noonan. Thanks, Caitlin, for watching. Amanda Groover is in Flowery Branch.
Flowery Branch, where my grandmother lived. I spent many a summer at Flowery Branch.
Now, I've lived almost everywhere in Georgia, and I think this is, y'all may have to help me to see if you know where this is. Hortense, Georgia?
Who?
Hortense, Hortense. Let me get on that Google Maps because I'm telling you, I'm from Bruton on the other side of the tracks from Lubbock.
Sounds made up like Long County.
Is that a shout out there?
No, because Long County doesn't exist. This is a long-running argument we've had, except for a man.
DR Construction and Maintenance, right?
Yeah, I was trying.
Ronnie Brown.
Ronnie Brown. I was losing my mind. Too many of these pineapple Bud Light seltzers. Forget Ronnie Brown's. Shout out to our friends at Athens Ford. I do want to mention the fact that they have this giant Christmas tree out there that has all the G logos on it. All the Georgia signs and ornaments. It's a fantastic Christmas tree. But as cool as that is, this time of year they do a ton of stuff for their community. They really give back in the month of December. And everybody that was going out there in November, December, that was buying new vehicles and previously owned vehicles and Ford certified pre-owned vehicles, they were putting jackets and toys and all sorts of stuff into a giant truck, and they gave those back to the kids in the community. They also gave a huge check to Piedmont Regional Foundation, the folks over at the Piedmont Health Athens Foundation. They gave them another big check for the 6th year in a row. They give back to their community in a ton of ways, and that's why if you need a new or pre-owned vehicle, you need to check out our friends at Athens Ford. Lifetime powertrain warranty on anything that you buy from them. And I am a huge, huge advocate of the Ford certified pre-owned vehicles where they go in and check like 172 different things on it. And you get what feels like a brand new vehicle, but you don't pay the brand new vehicle cost. So big shout out to them. They are the biggest Ford certified pre-owned dealer in the state. So check out our friends at Athens Ford. They also have a ton of them in stock. So you got to swing by and check them out.
I've got an update. Hortense, Georgia is between Jessup and Folkestone, a little bit
Gotcha.
west of Brunswick. And I used to tell people I've lived everywhere in the state other than the mountains and the swamp, and you're getting pretty swampy down there.
Yeah. Shout out to their friends in the Golden Isles. A lot of folks watch us down there, and that's all our.
Oh, Eddie Bush is watching from Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. It's 14 degrees.
Oof.
Eddie, thanks for staying inside, buddy. Kennesaw, Georgia for Daryl Blackwell. Berlin, Germany. A lot of Mississippi love. All right, it's 9:25, second quarter.
Shout out to our watchers in Berlin.
1st and 10. Quick throw. That's what they're doing, Coach. They're getting the ball out so quick.
That's the only way to attack them.
Diamond Head, Mississippi. Thanks for watching, Pamela.
All right, so
Similar game plan to Mississippi State. Catch it and throw it.
yep.
Enriquez
Oh,
and LaGrange.
Although their quarterback can throw better, can run better than Mississippi State's.
Yeah, Desmond Ritter now 7 of 11 for 69 yards.
2nd and 3, 8:44 left in the second quarter.
It is Aziz Ojulari with the pressure, but
God, we just not getting to the ball.
Mm-mm. Still picks up the first down.
Calling a good game.
Yep. It's a heck of a block there.
Ooh. They're playing physical, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Bearcats in the red zone, 1st and 10.
Zion Lowe got lit up on that play.
At the 18-yard line, 8:15 left in the second quarter, 8:14. It's going to be a run up the gut. No, he kept it. I'm sorry.
Downfield. How many guys can you have downfield on a pass like
I was
that?
about to say, there's 58 and 50 were both way down there.
They're going to call that. If they don't, they need to go send them back to Greensboro to John Swofford. That's why we watch this show.
On the money, Coach.
He wasn't downfield but 8 yards.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Watch the other guy.
Yeah, I would say it was 58 and 50, both are just way the hell down there.
All right, so it's going to be 1st and 15. That's the first penalty, I believe, on Cincinnati.
It is.
7:55 in the second, 7:54, 7:50.
Oh, wow. What a hold on Jalen Carter.
I tell you, Smith's improved so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who's improved more since the beginning of the season? Chris Smith or Warren McClendon?
I mean, one's on offense and one on defense, but they
That's why it's
both
a tough
have.
call.
Why has it got to be either or, right?
That's a good point.
What a play.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just all over that. That's the difference in the guy that's played as compared to Breeny. You know, Breeny's
Right.
reacting after he's catching. He's playing through the ball.
All right, 2nd and 15.
Quarterback draw.
Yeah. Brought Quay Walker right up the gut.
Got to get him down, Campbell.
Campbell, you can't tackle him around the shoulder pads. I know he's little, but you're not going to muscle him to the ground that way.
These guys are doing a good job calling the game to take advantage of the fact that we rushed the passer so well.
I noticed they're moving Nolan Smith all over the place.
I would really love it if we could get out of this with just a field goal.
Yeah.
So do you press a little more and kind of dare them to take some shots over the top, or and they're playing pretty close right now. 3rd and 7, 6:55, 6:54. Georgia bringing heat.
Nolan with contain. There you go.
Threw it away. Good play.
I still feel that drive took 47 minutes.
Well, it's going to be a field goal attempt from Cincinnati. It's really good coverage downfield. Surprised he didn't attempt that pass. I guess he didn't. When Nolan's bearing down on you.
Again, like I said, Nolan is just seems to be everywhere.
Cole, let's see you stump your toe here.
Only 9 field goal attempts this season.
You got a bad tat there.
And
Coach calls.
That was tit for tat.
Coach with the bad juju. Wait, did Big Jordan Davis tap it?
I don't know if he did, but he's going to
He's gonna go sit down.
I'll be putting that.
Zion Logan, Jordan Davis just piled up. I love it. Holy
Yeah,
crap,
he
he
did.
did. I thought he just shanked it. Man,
That deserves its own film, don't lie.
that does. That's just a beast coming through the middle.
That's wonderful.
But, Coach, you want me to block 99? You go block him.
Yeah, exactly.
We can get some more of these cities in here. Richmond, Virginia, Durham, North Carolina.
So now I need to redo my 3-2-1.
I think Dane's getting off on these cities here.
Oh, man. People are.
Raleigh, North Carolina! You ever heard that song? What is it?
We've got Dallas,
Night
Texas.
Train? Houston, Texas,
Ware County, down in the swamp.
I'm just going to go through the places I lived in my life. Lawrence, South Carolina, Rock Hill, South Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina, Burlington, North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Tallahassee, Florida, Manhattan, Kansas, Columbia, Missouri, Norman, Oklahoma, Huntington, West Virginia, and 26 years in Athens, Georgia.
Why didn't you leave Athens? I
Why
get asked
didn't-
that all the time.
You know, I was going to leave, and I felt like I didn't want to leave for just 1 year and then have to move again because I was going to get back in coaching. I almost went to Kentucky after my first year, but I decided not to because they were on probation. And then I just got into TV, and we just like living here. And it's I just didn't want to go coach at a place where I'd been on some really super highways, and I didn't want to go on some back roads and try to rebuild something. So I enjoyed living here, and my family did, and that's why I stayed.
I agree. I just, people ask me all the time, it's like, Coach never left Athens. I'm like, I know, it's a great town.
It's a damn good place to live.
It's a great place to live. It's, there's a reason, you were here. Mark Rick moved his entire family up here. Kirby wanted to get back,
Yeah, it's a great town.
Yeah, it is. It just is. So, in also my 3-2-1 earlier today, I made a list of guys who may go pro and who may stay, and I gave just some thoughts and some scuttlebutt and some guesses on who would go pro and who wouldn't. To me, the hardest guy to predict was Jordan Davis, because I don't know how much more he can show, but he loves playing this game. He loves being a Bulldog. It almost reminds me of the kind of tugging, back and forth tugging that Roquan Smith had. I mean, not that he's a first rounder like Roquan Smith. Roquan was obviously a first round guy, but Roquan really wanted to come back and play, and they basically had to shoo him out the door and say, look, go pro, son. With Jordan Davis, I mean, yeah, I don't know where he'd be drafted, and he's got the elbow thing, but I could definitely see a situation where he's like, the NFL takes him because they know what he can do, but at the same time, he just loves being a Bulldog. So it's going to be interesting to see what he decides.
All right, George is back on offense. JT Daniels takes snap.
With
Going
all
deep.
day. My goodness.
Arian.
Who's that?
Arian Smith, the under threw him.
Smith.
Arian Smith with, 2 catches in his career? One for a touchdown and one for a bomb?
Look at this guy run. Gazelle.
Oh,
Throw it further! Oh, he had to slow down.
Can you believe how that guy smokes it?
Do you see him on a go?
Just for people.
Do you make him do anything besides go
one of
routes?
the fastest guys in the country, track-wise.
Yeah.
He's just he's the epitome of a gasoline enema. And no holding here. No holding.
he got hold of
He
it.
got holding, yeah.
I don't even know call it anymore. They gonna call it. Don't call another screen. That one there, he called pass interference on us. Ball was behind the line.
I don't
mean,
like the personnel call anyway with Demetrius Robertson being your open field blocker.
Here's the thing about it. These guys here are calling everything.
That is a block. That is not a... Oh, come on.
It's that left hand, Roddy.
Okay.
You got to call that. What we got to do here is throw the ball over the middle. These clowns don't know what we're doing.
5:39, second quarter. Little pitch to Zamir White, nothing there.
Shit. They just...
There's a flag on the play. If this is against Georgia, I think it'd be the 6th penalty in a quarter and a half. Only one for Cincinnati so far, and that was for 5 yards.
How about Arian Smith?
I was looking, I want to see what it... 55 yards, Coach.
Illegal substitution on Cincinnati, chop block on Georgia, offsetting penalties.
I'm just telling you now, we got to get our shit together. Excuse my language. We just got to stop trying to do anything but fundamentals here. Come on.
Yeah. Georgia sitting with 4 penalties for 45 yards.
We got 6 penalties. We've had 2 since you've been looked at that.
I just watched the update. I think they're not counting the ones that offset.
Yeah, the holding and then the.
All right, go with it now. Open field run. Make them miss you.
Kenny Mack.
That's good.
1st and 19. He's going to set up a 2nd and 2.
Yeah. Again,
There's a picture of Del McGee who's honoring James Cook with his jersey. That's good. That's a tragic situation there, but good family. And I'm telling you, James Cook's a great kid.
Del McGree's he's a great coach. He loves those guys.
I try not to be biased, but James Cook is. I agree with the coach. I mean, we've had a lot of interactions with him as a recruit, and a lot of stuff he did not.
We
like.
just don't have the answer for this 3-3-5 on the slow stuff. You got to pitch it outside, man. They're anticipating the snap count. I mean, you saw that on the quick pitch. We get this is a Mississippi State game plan relived. Let's just chunk it.
Throw it deep over the middle. It's worked almost every time.
Yeah.
We don't need a field goal here. We need a touchdown. Is George in the game?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's top. Throw the post to him.
3:59, second quarter, 3rd and 5.
And big. I don't know what that was.
Back was wide open. Would have had the first down easily on the bottom, but it was
That's
not
twice
safe.
on 3rd down. He's wanted to go deep.
We had 3rd and 2, lost a 2nd and 2, lost
Zamir.
3 yards.
Look at Zamir.
Yeah. I get one to go to George Pickens, but when he's bracketed like that, then you got 2 other options. Okay.
Who called timeout?
Cincinnati, first time out.
So Georgia has 224 passing yards and 19 rushing yards.
I mean, if you go total yards, Georgia has 243 yards and Cincinnati has 94.
Yeah.
I mean,
Georgia's also got a turnover, a 4-yard punt.
Yep. I'm about to say it's.
which a 4-yard punt's a turnover, right? In terms of
Again, that's why.
might as well be.
Exactly. I said it was the equivalent of a fumble. You know, it's like your guy picks up 4 yards and coughs the ball up and just gives it away. I mean, but the 4-yard shank punt is nice window dressing for the turnover. You know, plus it knocks your guy out of the Ray Guy Award. So
they've already voted on that.
I know.
We're wasting time running inside on these guys.
Georgia 0 for 4 on 3rd down.
Lucky didn't get a pick there.
Cincinnati 2 for 6 on
right
3rd.
there. We had Darnell Washington to the boundary and George to the field. I would like to see opposite and let George run a slant or a quick out or anything. Not a 20-yard bomb. Get the first down.
Yep.
Coach John Lang wants to know.
John, is it Don or John?
John, John.
Well, I'll tell you, John, I'll just try to answer this for you after I get off my horse.
He wants to know the reason why Georgia is not running up the middle. Is it just getting beat up front, or is it scheme?
Scheme all the way. I mean, it's the hardest scheme to run against in the history of football for me as a coach. You got 3 down linemen, you got 3 linebackers. All 3 of the linebackers can go any place on any down, and all 3, you know, they got a 6-man front there, and they're geared into, you know, stopping the run with some kind of. So they're going to have every gap on every play. You know, ABC on one side, ABC on the other side. Those 6 guys are going to take the 3 gaps each side, but you don't know where they're coming from. They're either going to line up in the middle and come over the A gap one way or the A gap the other way. The guy on the outside is going to either X cut with the tackle, one outside, one inside, and you just always got one free guy because you got 5 linemen blocking those 6. You got an H-back that can go in motion and block them, but it's just hard to. Most of the stuff is really better with outside against it.
Field goal attempt for Pod Leslie.
He missed it too.
It went in.
Hold up! He had some Jack Nicklaus on that. Looked like it was going outside.
It
came
did.
back.
I thought the
It
same
really.
thing.
I'm sorry for being negative, but
Shout
at
out
this
to
thing.
Owen Condon getting in the game. Guy who.
Owen's on an extra. Look at that thing come back in.
Oof, little English.
I mean,
Straightened up.
It did.
well, you got to give Pod a little bit of love here. He's been out with the COVID, so he's back in for the game. But I tell you, we still got 3 timeouts left. Maybe we can get the ball back.
3:46 left in the second quarter. Georgia now leads 10-7.
I was just shouting out because Owen started the first game against Arkansas at right tackle, and then got brought in McClendon. Then he got banged up. He had I think it was an MCL issue. So good to see him back in on special teams, and Owen Condon, another good kid.
It's just hard to believe how fast Smith went down the field, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Gazelle.
Hey, what's your route? Go route. Hey, coach, you want me? No, I just want you to run that 9. Just keep going.
Could be a crucial 3.5 minutes here because Georgia could get some points on the board. Remember, Cincinnati does get the ball to begin the third quarter after kicking off to start the game. So if Georgia can stop here and make a quick march down the field, it won't take much time based on the deep passing game that we've seen. That's what Georgia's been most successful with, is the deep passes across the middle.
I'm feeling a pick here.
You feel like calling out who it's going to be?
Anybody in a black jersey, I'll take.
Nostradamus says, Arian Smith, show him your tail lights. Channeling a little Coach Donnan there.
Ooh. 2 more stops here. Let's go.
It's going to be second down, 3:30 left in the second quarter.
They're talking about Marcus Freeman there. Coach Fickle got a few kids, hasn't he? Marcus Freeman got a few more. Marcus Freeman's a young defensive coach that's been mentioned as a coordinator maybe at Auburn or LSU. He's got a good background.
2nd and 6, 3:10.
Pick! Got him for holding there.
Yep. Well, no, they're not allowed to call penalties on Cincinnati. You know that, Coach.
Well, if that's not holding, I'm a pull your pass down and call it, son. He's going to take that penalty. Just keep self-destructing there.
Clay Evenson checks in from Seneca, South Carolina. He says his son's dream has always been to play at Georgia, and he's been starting on defense on varsity since he was 14 years old. He'll be a junior next year.
Good for him. We've got some great players out of Seneca. The Hughes brothers,
Yep.
Leland and his brother who played tight end here. A lot of good players from Seneca. Also, Kent Lawrence.
2nd and 15.
Judge Kent.
2:44, 2:43. Quick pass. Make the
You
tackle.
gotta make that tackle.
God knows. That's
you
another-
had him.
They're killing us on the star.
Yeah, just look where the space is in the middle of the field.
Well, that was a good job, too. It wasn't so much Breeny as it was. You got to play the run, Monty. That's a good RPO. I apologize.
Desmond Ritter now 10 of 16.
Get a stop here and get
3rd and 1.
make them punt.
Oh, boy.
Ritter was not happy because now it's going to be 3rd and 6.
Yep.
Here's the thing that kills me, though. They're going to start the clock here and use 30 more seconds here after a penalty. Watch them.
See if we can-
I'd use a timeout right here, Kirby.
He's got 3, so why not? John Adams asked, do you play defense any differently based on the clock?
On 3rd down, you don't. On 1st and 2nd, maybe.
Well, it's 3rd and 6 now, 1:37, like said, Coach. Running that clock down to the end of the play clock. Snap
He
it.
took it down to 1 second on the play clock before he snapped it.
Hit a
Wow.
pass.
His quarterback's better than I thought he was.
They can throw and catch.
I've been impressed with him.
Smith, you got to get there now. We're going to give you some love, but, you know, if you're playing too deep, that corner can't play that. An outstanding call because you're looking for the out route, 3rd and 5, and they throw it over the safety.
Yeah,
I
15
mean, I
yard
give their
pickup.
offense a lot of credit to the way they've called this game.
Oh, wow.
I think now at this point you're hoping it's 10-7 going into half. You got to stop him here.
Now they wish they'd had more time.
Shout out to Terry Forshee for watching, as he always does, in Cleveland, Tennessee. Terry's a big fan and supporter of UGA Sports.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Mr. Pharmacist.
Jalen Carter with a suplex.
Oh, me.
Coach Clay Evenson, who had his son that he was talking about, he had a specific question for you. He wants to know, let's see, do you know UGA baseball coach Steve Weber signed to play at UGA for baseball but got drafted by the Yankees? Weber signed Clay, who's given this comment, Weber signed him with the Yankees as a scout the next year.
Oh, nice.
Do I know Steve
Do
Weber?
you know Steve Weber? Clay's
Yeah,
ex.
Yeah.
Steve Weber. Heck, he was a good coach here.
I read that about as poorly as I could, so my apologies, Clay. A lot of things happening on multiple screens over here.
That's what's happening to our defense. They're running a lot of stuff at us.
All right, so there's 45 seconds left on the game clock right now. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Cincinnati. They have 1 timeout remaining.
I said before, Luke Fickle, he knows how to coach around some of his team's shortcomings. He's a very bright guy. Some good play calls.
Good
This
passing.
quarterback is just torching you. And Georgia's tackling is leaving much to be desired.
If Georgia's got a weakness on this team personnel-wise, it's going to be in the secondary. Lack of depth, lack of experience, and I think that'll be the case for next season as well if you're projecting forward.
Did they substitute?
39 seconds left, 1st and 10. It's going to be 2nd down on the 15. Got to be impressed with Ritter. Very composed, in control.
Well, Coach, you mentioned it that before the game started. You know, you got to get some pressure on the guy. You got to get to him, but he's just getting it away so quickly.
Yeah, at this
Yeah.
point, you can't
You
count
can't do
on
it.
pressure. He's
Yeah.
throwing these rhythm throws.
Yeah.
3rd down, we should have had him go. It was a deeper ball, 15 yards, but they're going to throw it to the field here in between the slot and the wide receiver. I mean, it's there for him, right there.
Yep.
Almost a delay game. He just got the football off. 2nd and 10. Got pressure. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, penalty, man! You
Yeah,
got to call
there it is.
that.
There you go.
There's the flag.
Big penalty for us there. Excuse me for yelling.
No, we like the yelling, Coach. It's good stuff.
If you were a coach and didn't yell, I wouldn't pay attention.
Yeah, it's like.
I can't believe that he didn't have to throw that ball away. Or
I know.
You can't cover him forever. I mean, hey, that was a good scramble.
he just had so much room to step up when he did. He did a great job.
You got to remember that the guy from Mississippi hit like 37 out of 50 on us, didn't he? Mississippi State
Yeah.
guy?
Yeah.
He just dinked and dunked all the way up the field over and over again.
That's unnecessary roughness on number 55 for Cincinnati. I would say so.
It's also targeting.
It's targeting. He hits him with his head, his helmet.
That's definitely targeting.
He should be out of the game. If that's not targeting, there isn't targeting.
Hudson's getting a few penalties. He's got 3 beside him because that's how many he's had. Hudson 3. That's his 3rd penalty, I think. He was offside a minute ago too.
Yeah.
That's
Is
huge.
he the one that called for a legal man downfield?
Yeah, this is huge penalty right there. They're going to review for targeting.
Yep.
It is targeting.
That's gotta be the
Rogers
stuff.
ready.
That's the kind of stuff that just grinds your gears, and coach.
I mean, when you drop
plays
your
over.
helmet to put it into his face, come on. And the guy's standing out of bounds. You see standing out of bounds, and you take out their best cornerback.
That's not targeting. I don't know what it is.
That's why I said if that's not targeting, nothing is. Plays over, and you still hit him. So, yeah. All right. While we're waiting to come down, I want to point out Desmond Ridder now 13 of 20 for 151 yards. So his completion percentage has been steadily climbing, especially this last drive. But again, like you said, Coach, just that dumping and dinking stuff, just the short passes, quick stuff, catch and throw. I mean, it works.
They're about to announce the result of the review, but I'll tell you at halftime we'll have a slideshow up so we can take a bit of a break. It'll be about 10 minutes, but we'll be back for the 3rd quarter. Same feed. You don't have to do anything else to your stream.
All right.
There you go. I was about to say that review took about 45 seconds too long. They should have looked at it one time and go, he's out.
Maybe so, but he's out.
Due diligence, Roddy.
Due diligence, man. If you can't see on that, I don't know what the hell your problem is.
I don't feel bad for him
I don't either.
because he hit a guy out of bounds with his helmet. I
will be one of the first guys to defend the overblown targeting calls. I think they call way too much stuff targeting. I get it; it's about safety, but sometimes they take it a little too far. But when you're standing in the white and you hit a guy and your guy's already on the ground who's been tackled, that was just garbage.
It's such a dumb play for them too, because it had nothing to do with football. They're bringing.
Got a guy coming in from Germany.
We had a guy in the chat from Germany.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Metz.
23 seconds, 22. 1st and 10.
Oh, he's just a wall of a human being.
Exact opposite of Florida. They're throwing the ball in the flat against zone. If we were playing man, they'd be throwing the wheel. We're going to have to play some man here because we're just giving up too much.
17 seconds left in the second. 2nd and 2.
Pressure's on Stevenson at the top.
Yeah.
It's going to be a timeout from Georgia, I bet. Yep.
Good timeout, Kirby. We got one timeout left.
Again, thank you to Bud Light Seltzer and Athens Ford for sponsoring our UGA Sports Watch Along show. Make sure you get out to Athens Ford and see what they have on the lot. If that's something that you're not able to do, just give them a call. They'll Roddy, you told me that they do Zoom and FaceTime just to show people different kinds of vehicles and the different features they have. That's such a cool thing that they're doing, just to provide different options for how you can see their
They'll also
stock.
drop the vehicle off and you can take it for a test drive and then pick it up, So, but if you see one on their website, and if you go to the website, they're going to give you a $250 off any vehicle coupon just for visiting the website. So you get $250 just to go to it. Find one you like. Say, hey, look, can you walk out there and walk around? They'll put you on FaceTime or Zoom, and they'll walk around it. Like, hey, open the glove compartment. Do this. They'll go through the whole thing. So, if you're trying to stay safe, they'll do it. And again, that facility is as clean as you can want.
2nd and 2 for Cincinnati, 17 seconds left. He's looking at the top again, having to come back.
Georgia working contain. Nolan Smith chases but can't get there. He stands into the pocket.
Oh, he threw back across his body. They're calling it a touchdown. I don't know.
How is that?
I thought he was coming out of. I don't even know if the ball went across the
I don't
goal
think.
line.
I think his feet were in the end zone, but
Hell of a play from Ritter.
yeah, and they had Ritter dead to rights a couple times.
He's a gamer.
Let's review it.
Oh no, he was
No,
further back
you're
than
right.
I thought.
It just the way he slid so fast, it looked like
Get
it looked like he
underneath
caught
it.
it there.
It's bad when you hit one on our best corner.
Wow.
They've been hitting on him all night.
It was a long time for Campbell to cover, but he shouldn't be that open. Wow.
They just went 75 yards on us.
Yep.
About 4 third down conversions.
Just got to be massively impressed with Ritter. I know I keep saying that, but in a lot of ways, he's keeping them in this game and now giving them a lead. $198 total yards, and he's thrown for 170 of them.
Yep.
Ran for 6 others.
All right.
So unless Georgia returns a kick here, the Bulldogs will go down trailing by 4.
They're
into
gonna
halftime.
squib it.
Coach, I'm just really impressed with Cincinnati's offensive game plan. You keep saying just like Mississippi State, and smart.
Only difference is their quarterback can run it too. So
Extra point is good, so it is officially 14-10 with 6 seconds here left in the second quarter.
I remember they also missed a field goal too, so it could have been 17-10. But then Georgia also had that turnover in the end zone, just killed him.
God, what a play!
That's a hell of a throw. Across his body, across the field.
Sometimes you just have to say bravo to them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I mean,
Missed tackler. Who was that missed that?
I didn't see. I saw that Nolan had the initial chase on.
He slipped.
Yeah.
Till you get a scramble play, you never know.
That's 2 scramble plays on that drive.
Mm-hmm. Cincinnati now 3 of 7 on third down.
Well, the offense is going to have to step it up. I
Yeah.
mean, just doing nothing.
Georgia's 0 for 4 on third down. So you're right, Coach. They do need to step it up.
19 rushing yards for Georgia. There's the squib. No return.
Dejon Edwards with the.
Got to think this will just be a knee. I could be wrong. I just don't expect the bomb here.
Yeah. Remember, Cincinnati gets the ball to start the half.
Cincinnati 26-1 when leading at halftime.
It'll be 26-2 after today.
That's under Luke Fickell that in his tenure there. Yeah, here's the knee. All right, so at halftime, Georgia trails 14-10. Let's get some quick stats in here. Total yards, Georgia 242, Cincinnati 198. A large portion of that came on that final drive there to get Cincinnati the lead. Passing yards, Georgia 224 to Cincinnati's 170. Neither team really rushing very much for anything. We know turnovers, we know penalties. So
I'll call you in about 2 minutes, okay? 2 minutes.
that's kind of where we're sitting right now. Time of possession, Cincinnati has it by about 3 minutes. Coach, overall, I thought Georgia's offense should probably go downfield even a bit more because it's working.
Yeah, we missed some opportunities and then not getting much out of the running game. We got to get in a tight wing and run a toss, do some things to help that, but just got to air it out. And defensively, we got to make some kind of commitment to playing the flats. I mean, we got to do something to take away those short passes. But overall, with the mistakes we made, the short punt, we had a turnover in the end zone. We're going in. We got at least 3 there.
Yeah.
So I think we're fortunate just to be behind 4 right now. I think we can come back and play, but we're going to have to get a lot better play out of our inside defense as far as the inside coverage in the back end, and then on the other side, find some ways to make some first downs when we miss some of these long passes. We got to keep the ball longer. Time of possession, what was it?
Cincinnati 16:54 to Georgia's 13:06.
And how many first downs?
Pull that stat up. First down, Cincinnati 12, Georgia 7.
Yeah, we didn't make any first downs. So.
Well, like I said, you went 0 for 4 on third down conversions. You only had 7 first downs. They had it 12. They had the ball, 4 minutes longer than you did. Total plays.
Short field helped them on that punt.
Yeah, the 4-yard punt and then the interception in the end zone. And those are pretty big swing plays. I'd say.
The bad thing is this team thinks they can play with us now, which, that's obvious they can. And we got to, regardless of what's wrong with us as far as personnel, we got to get going here.
Very true.
All right, shall we take our break and then come back a bit before the second half begins?
I need to hit up a few more of these Bud Light seltzers before we get to the second half.
All right, so you can leave this stream active. If you want to go to another browser on your phone or tablet or whatever, just come back to it as we begin the second half. We're going to have a slideshow that pops up here, and we'll be back here to start the second half on the same link, same live stream. Thanks for watching the UGA Sports Watch Along Show. We'll see you in probably about 10 or 12 minutes.
Come back, second half's going to be interesting.
Athens Ford makes buying a car or truck easy, safe, and more affordable than ever. During the Athens Ford Model Year-End Clearance Event, use Easy Purchase online to shop hundreds of new Fords, all with our 100% price protection guarantee. Plus, save big with F-150s up to $14,000 off and Expeditions up to $15,000 off. All new Fords include our lifetime warranty and complimentary delivery. Plus, pick up and drop off with every service. We're lending a hand to keep you going and keep you safe. Athens Ford, where we do it all for you.
Watch along party with Jim Donnan. We are watching the Peach Bowl as Cincinnati takes on Georgia, and Cincinnati is the hosting team. Georgia's in all black, trailing 14-10. Could be worse. Cincinnati actually missed a field goal. Georgia's had some big shots downfield, but they've also had a 4-yard punt and a turnover in the end zone. So some missed opportunities there. Cincinnati just lost one of their top offensive linemen, but they're getting the ball back to start it, so Georgia's defense has to come up with an answer for Desmond Ridder, who has scrambled his way out of some very, very ugly situations and turned those into giant pickups. The one also being that last touchdown they scored. So Georgia's got some adjustments to make. You know that Kirby Smart and Dan Lanning and Todd Monken are some definitely second half guys that make some good adjustments at half. But then, Luke Fickell is a heck of a coach. He's one of the more coveted coaches out there. So I think a lot of people, he's coached a heck of a game with his offensive and defensive coordinator. So we got a very good chess match going on, Coach, but then there's just some times where you're just missing a tackle, some poor executions. You got the right play call, but you just screw it up.
Yeah, I mean, we look like a team that hasn't played in several weeks, and they have probably executed better, especially in the passing game on the possession downs because of their third down conversions. The lack of first downs hurts us. We've had a lot of big plays, but you just can't big play a team like Cincinnati to death because they're just a team that bend and don't break, and they're going to keep you out of the end zone. But I think the major thing for us is we can't do anything about who we don't have here. It is what it is. We got 30 minutes left. We can't give them anything. They did have one long march, but as you mentioned, we gave them a short punt and then turned over the ball in the end zone, which would have given us 3. But reflecting on what we need to do, I don't know that we're going to be able to get much pressure on this kid. We got to be careful about thinking we can and then letting guys get open. So maybe a little more coverage, a little more man under, 3 deep type stuff, and let him stay back there and find somebody instead of trying to run him down because he's moving around in the pocket and hurting us for sure. That's just the typical what we knew going into the game. And then offensively, we saw it against Mississippi State. We're seeing the same thing today. You're not going to get a lot of good runs against them, but you got to be careful that you don't think you can and then keep fighting it. You know what I mean? So let's see what happens here.
I think you bring up some very good points there. I think a lot of people just expected Georgia to line up and just run over them, and I just don't think that you're going to get that situation. You're not going to.
I don't know who would have thought that. Maybe somebody's wishing things, but look at their defensive stats. But have you got that thing where you can go to?
Yeah.
Where we're at. Kind of frustrated. I know a lot of Georgia fans are frustrated, but you got to give the Bearcats some credit. This is a team that's 9-0. I know everyone's like, well, their conference is terrible, but they also destroyed their conference. So a bunch of seniors on that roster. making big plays. I think you could say that Georgia's not motivated. I don't know that that's true. I just think that you've had a situation where they couldn't.
It's just lack of players.
Yeah.
Got a whole new offensive line.
So we've got satellite issues on the screen that we're watching, so that's what we're trying to correct here.
So I think the one guy who actually on that offensive line that's playing the same spot is Warren McClendon. Everybody else has moved around. Although
we might be doing some old school stat research here.
Although Warren Erickson did play center last week or the last game against Missouri, so
Yeah.
all right, let's see where we are in this game here.
Watch this. I mean, just come up right now and make a play. Fight through a block.
That's all right. This is wonderful. All right, so here's what's happened if you're watching us live on YouTube. The satellite that we're watching has gone out, so now we're all going to huddle around a tablet that Radi has in front of him. So, Coach, get your eyeglasses if you
Yeah. Oh, my God, giant gash.
big run for Cincinnati.
Touchdown. I don't think anybody's going to catch him.
And too late. Touchdown Bearcats.
So
Wow.
So we were just talking about how nobody's able to run the ball, and then the Bearcats absolutely run it right up the gut for a touchdown.
79-yard touchdown run for Cincinnati.
Right up the.
Okay, I guess I'm going to move over here. I'm glad you got that.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's never done that before, so
Probably means a storm's about to hit Athens right now. That's why the satellite cut out for a few. It'll probably
Good
come
job
back.
getting that, Roddy.
no problem.
What's your streaming service, Roddy?
Coach Donnan's Wi-Fi.
What do you do? Just run up the middle? Or?
Yep.
I'm over there trying to get my TV straight.
Wow.
Scene. Go ahead and cut the volume down.
No, sorry. Brittany was trying to. Brittany tries to make it. He beats Steen in the hole, and he's
That's
just
the
off.
one of the biggest plays we've given up all year.
Yeah. George is not. You have not been able to get an 80-yard run on these guys.
Again, that's a 79-yard touchdown run for Jerome Ford.
All right, we got it back here.
All right, so we're back on.
Go on home with
returning.
it. Go home with it.
It's going to be a flag on the play, 14:04 in the third on a Kieran Jackson return attempt. That was clutch, Roddy. Good job.
I can't believe our penalties today.
Oof.
How many is that?
Penalty-wise, that
I think that's officially the sixth. Is that right? They had the one that was offsetting that it doesn't count.
officially it's only the 5th, but
I feel like they missed one.
yeah, I think they did too. Quay Walker
That's ridiculous, Quay.
tackling a guy again. These refs have absolutely missed a few calls, but Georgia has
Okay,
made
you
some
didn't
dumb penalties. And instead of getting the ball on, instead of a great return, you're in the shadow of your own end zone. Oh my goodness, that's a heck of a run there by Kenny McIntosh for 14 yards. Started off.
Good blocking.
Yep.
I'm for straight ahead stuff. Like I said, no deception.
But I think this is a coach. When you pointed out the fact they have 3 down linemen and 3 linebackers, when you look at this end zone shot and you see the Georgia offensive lineman just towering over that defensive front for Cincinnati, you think, well, yeah, just run it down their throats. But when you run between 2 players and there's an unblocked defender there, it doesn't matter how big.
Step up and throw it.
Oh my goodness.
Please call a penalty on them.
No. JT Daniels picked off, but a flag.
They had 3 guys around him.
Yeah. So we'll see See what the result of the flag is.
Pass interference on them, thank goodness.
Yeah, Georgia is bailed out on the pass interference call there. Which, I mean, he is hanging all over him.
I mean,
that
it's
is-
not bail. Well, they just got no chance. What you got to do is throw the crossing routes and
He is hanging all over. Well, I say bailed out because they've missed a lot of those calls too. So that is only fair.
All right, 1st and 10 for Georgia, 13-23 in the third quarter. Yeah, I guess officially that is 5 penalties. I still think they missed one. Kendall Milton.
I think that's only Kendall's second carry. Yeah, his first, he had a catch for 22 yards, and then that's only his second run, but quite successful.
God knows.
You got a double team out there where they're just
Backside killing
Yeah.
us. Come on across there and block somebody, Truss. See, there's no threat of the quarterback run there. I mean, that guy
Yeah.
there just went. I mean, we blocked it, point of attack, backside. We might have a power formation here and run 56 power.
You can't get a yard on these guys. It was everything they
got
could do to get it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're one of the top-ranked defenses in the country now. Good job.
Good
Let's
job,
go.
Warren McClendon there.
Let's get up there and throw some deep outs to one.
I just think from a size standpoint, Coach, Georgia should be able to get a yard almost at will.
Right,
So,
right. I agree.
Justin Schaefer moving his man.
I'm not saying they're not talented. I'm just saying they're undersized.
Offsides. They're
Yeah,
offsides.
there's the flag.
100%.
Okay. I was going to say for a second there, I didn't think that flag was going to come in. So officially, Cincinnati now has more penalties than Georgia. They have been. You mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Coach, that they are anticipating that snap count. They are. How about a little pause here, a little hard count, little
Yeah, makes it up a little bit.
mix? Yeah. I get that you got an new offensive line there, but you can go on two.
11:44, 11:43, 11:42. This is the third quarter. 1st and 5.
Three-man rush.
Deep down the field. He's got him. That was Arian Smith again, trying to run the go route.
Got to throw it out there. Underthrow.
So they had a 1st and 5, and so they tried to go deep.
Yeah, you got to lead him to that back of the end zone.
Yeah. That's twice he's had to slow down for a ball. I don't know. Anybody can
I mean,
throw
what
it far
was
enough for
JT's
him.
quote? You can't overthrow these guys.
There you go. There you go. Turn it up.
Tough
Atta
running
boy.
from
Wow. He got tagged, and they thought.
There's a quick pitch. Just don't forget Darnell coming across the middle here.
I thought he was stuck in the end zone.
Great
I mean, stuck in the
blocking from
backfield, but
John Fitzpatrick just dominated his guy on the outside.
that's 2 runs where he was stopped behind the line and just plowed it. I mean, stopped before the first down marker and just plowed his way past it.
It's one of those slow developing runs again, like you
Yeah.
said,
God,
Coach.
he fumbled. Fortunately, we recovered it. Man, what can we do here, boys? You got to play with some poise here.
Who got on it?
God, Matt Fitz.
Fit. They just
Oh,
squirted
me.
around.
Corner blitz. He's got to come out of the game.
Yep.
Stetson on third down. Maybe they'll call a penalty.
There's a flag, so he doesn't have to come out now. I thought if there was a flag, you don't have to.
I think it depends on the call.
We got to read these blitzes better.
How do they know what your snap count is? It's insane.
Pickens. That was nowhere near the play. It was after the play.
Get the play over. George don't get kicked out of the game.
He's hanging on to it.
Georgia's got to wake up if they want to win this football game.
Oof. Kenny McIntyre's got to lay that guy out a little more.
All right, Stetson Bennett in on 3rd and 17.
Wow.
That's the way to hit it.
Yep.
I set up about a 4th and 4. John Fitzpatrick with his 2nd catch of the game.
Good throw. Got to give Stetson credit, that kind of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he'd been out there all day.
All right, 4th and 5. JT Daniels back on the field for Georgia. Have not seen a lot of Jermaine Burton in this game. Pickens up top.
Wow. Throw
That
it
was-
over the middle.
Really good protection to allow that to set up.
Good poise stepping up, too.
And I was just talking about Kenny Mack having to block, pick up that guy. Kenny did that time, and it gave him enough time to get the pass off.
George clutch.
Hell of a throw, too.
And give him a chance,
Yeah.
I like to see a bootleg here and throw the tight across. Just something to slow him down.
The ball came loose.
They got it. Just take it and throw it out of bounds.
Yep.
Wow.
2 turnovers, they're into the field today. We got to start max blocking here on these blitzes. They just wearing us out.
Yep.
Well, you can't have JT Daniels running around creating space. This is not his
Hey, hey,
game. He's
good
not going to
point,
succeed
yeah.
with that.
Just go down.
Down. I mean, Ritter's back there being able to scramble like that. That is not, like you said, that is not JT Daniels' game. He is not the guy to try to make something happen with his feet.
It never has been. I mean,
No,
that has nothing to do with the knee.
Oh, I agree. I mean, he's true pocket passer, and he'll pick you apart. You go from a 1st and 5 to
It's almost why I think I'd rather see a little more spread field right now, more receiving options, quick passes, get it out of his hands. If they want to be aggressive, punish them because Darnell Washington's sneaking behind these linebackers that are coming down.
yeah.
To me, it's a bit bothersome.
Where
that-
those short passes to Kieris? Where the short ones to Jermaine Burton?
Yeah.
The stuff that You remember when in the beginning of the season when teams were keying on George Pickens and you had Kearse just lighting him up, Marcus Rosemy, Jack Saints in that Florida game when everybody was looking at Pickens, that.
Well, and look, a piece of this is that Arian Smith has been open every time he runs downfield, but it hasn't been accurate passing to get the ball to him. That's a hard throw. I'm not saying it's an easy thing to execute, but Cincinnati's daring for some downfield stuff, and I think Georgia would be wise to give them more receivers to look at.
Well, we got the bubble screens, but we can't block them, so we get the penalties. You got maybe throw a few more crossing routes and some screens. Anything. It's where Cook would be great to have him over the middle, on delays like. Big series right here.
I mean, the second half has just been all Cincinnati so far.
Hey, we talked about, let's see some second half adjustments.
Well, we moved the ball on them.
Yep.
Well, don't turn the ball over. That's your adjustment.
And don't give up a 79-yard touchdown.
There's a sack.
They're trying to get greedy there, running a double move on us. Just poor by Kenny.
Kenny was just.
The play before he picked up such a clutch block, too.
Yeah,
So
but on the one prior to that, he was part responsible for the sack. So not a good protection series for Kenny Mack.
7:37 in the third quarter. Cincinnati leads 21-10.
Looking at 3rd and 16 now.
Okay, right here. They're going to throw clear out on the slot and throw the wide receiver on an underneath 6 route, which is an in breaking route. We got to have somebody in that zone, right between the guard and tackle, 16 yards down the field. That's where they're going to throw it.
I need you to be a little more specific, Coach.
See this guy here, this slot, he's going to run through that guy, and the guy outside here is going to break over the middle.
This is a weird bunch up we have there. Okay.
God, we're coming with pressure.
He
Oh, he
slipped.
fell down.
He's down.
The same turf that Tyson Campbell slipped on that touchdown pass that they completed against him comes back and
Anderson and Nolan. Yeah, he was trying to regather his footing after he saw Nolan Smith come around the edge, and he lost it. It wasn't underneath him. Well, the defense answered the bell.
that's what you got to have.
Georgia's moved the ball on Cincinnati all game long, so. All right, so Georgia's going to get the ball at the 49.5. All right, so Georgia trails 21-10. JT Daniels now has a fumble and an interception. If you're wondering at home, Stetson Bennett's quarterback rating is 200.8. I don't think anyone's wondering that, but it made me laugh.
No, I'm glad for him to come in and actually.
It was a clutch play that he had, and it says a lot about Stetson.
I mean, you mentioned the his rating. JT Daniels isn't too bad, 190.6. He's 14 of 19 for 250 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 1 fumble. So.
Josh O'Shields says even if the game doesn't end up going Georgia's way, he appreciates being able to watch football with us. He says, Happy New Year, stay safe and healthy. Same to you, Josh. Thanks for watching, man.
Thanks, Josh. We really appreciate it. And again, if it weren't for you people doing this, then we wouldn't have the sponsors and we wouldn't do the show. So we really appreciate it when you share it. It means a lot to us when you put it on Facebook, when you put it on Twitter, when you put it on Twitch or LinkedIn or whatever, Instagram, whatever you want to put it on. We appreciate it. It means a lot to us. And I don't just say that, I mean it. It does, because then we're able to take those this community and say, look, we have a watch-along party, and we go to our friends at Athens Forward, and they say, yeah, we want to be part of that. We want to sponsor that. And we do the same thing with Leon Farmer and Bud Light Seltzer. Bud Light puts up the money for us to do a show. They pay for the gear, and each year we try to make it better. And of course, we will, God willing, we'll do this again in 2021. Maybe for G Day, maybe for some other stuff.
Yeah, maybe some off-season ones.
Yeah.
Maybe we should live stream our staff meeting.
Let's not get crazy. I think it would be fun, though, to actually do some of the coaches' games, pull them up on YouTube and go back to some of those games and ask him, Coach, what were you calling here? Just put them on the spot and find out what really happened. So, when you folks share it, it does mean a ton to us. All right, so Dayne,
bring over Damian Gary. Let him hang out with us.
Damian, hey, Russ Tanner.
Russ will take my job, man. He's better at this than I am.
Is there a computer up there? Nah, I tease Russ. He acts like this kind of old country boy that doesn't know anything about nothing.
Well, he's that too.
He is, but that is a savvy cat.
He also did my mortgage for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Russ.
He is.
I plan on coming to see you again here in a couple years for
bright.
another mortgage. I'll do an off-season show with him.
Yeah.
Tell some stories. All right. Big drive here for Georgia. 49-yard line. It's 1st and 10, 6:40 years of pitch.
There's a pitch you're talking about.
Somebody's got to block that guy.
Somebody missed him completely.
You can't. They got one more every time. Put a guy in motion.
Marcus Freeman may be making some money out of this game, finding his way into the SEC if the rumors are accurate.
Both of the safeties for this team for Cincinnati have 6 tackles apiece. Oh, there's an
That's why
offside.
it mix up your
offsides.
count.
It's a free play. Free play, it's going to Pickens.
Yeah, I'll throw it too.
What about our third down conversions now? We had a 4th down conversion there, but that was a 3rd down when White made it.
One
out
of
of
6.
6. 1 for 1 on 4th. I'd love to see some passing to Darnell Washington. There's nobody on their team that can match up against him. I don't know if there's anyone on many teams that can match up against him.
He's got 3 catches for 46 yards and that one 38-yarder. I just don't know that you can tackle him that
How
well.
many you had?
3 targets, 3 catches.
3 for 46 yards.
There you go.
There's a gap.
Good motion there. Got that linebacker out, and we ran through where he was, and that's a good adjustment. Did you see that?
I did not. It's obvious to you. It takes me rewinding it 47 times to catch what happened.
Coach, what do you think of Georgia's offensive line so far? Their protection in both run and pass so far?
Considering what you're going against, and the fact that you got 4 new positions, it's okay, not great. They're going to penetrate again. We got them. What do you use a snap count?
They're getting jumpy. I mainly asked that because, like you said, you've got Xavier Truss in there making his first start, right? At left tackle.
Yep.
Jamari Salyer coming back inside to his natural position to be a guard.
Got Schaefer jumping sides. He's played right guard all season now. He's played left guard all season. Now he's a right guard. Warren Erickson playing only his 2nd game at center.
I think these snap counts with a different center than you're used to.
It is what it is. We just got to. Darnell, hit him on the crossing route, please.
They changed up the snap count as we requested, and they got 2 free plays out of it.
There's Burton.
Yeah.
That's a productive play.
That's what we were just talking about. We were just talking about those little where's Burton? Where's those short passes to put you in a 2nd and 4 instead of a 3rd and 8?
Look up top up there.
Yeah.
God.
Wow.
So it's going to be 3rd and 4 after no
Well,
gain.
not only one guy in the hole, there was 2.
Yeah. One of 6 on 3rd down so far. Let's see what happens here. Got to convert some of these 3rd downs. Keep yourself on the field.
Sprint out one time, please. Roll out.
He's going to be a yard short. It's going to be 4th and 1.
Yeah.
Again, what I say though, should be able to get a yard on these guys. Hey, Coach, where's that hoodie you were wearing the other day? Little Red Riding Hood up there. Fourth and 1. 3:40 on the game clock. 3:39, 3:38.
Throw it to him right now. Shit. It's a great play defense.
Oh, he's hurt. Is that a knee?
He waited too long to throw it.
Yeah.
Kirby saying something to Cortez, ain't they? I hope he's all right. That does not look good.
That's just a heads up play right there.
Coach is right, though. I mean, that ball needs to be thrown
Yeah.
a little earlier.
Well, Coach was yelling at. I mean, he's like, "Throw it now," and there's a little pause after that. Then the ball comes out. So the old quarterback, offensive coordinator, head coach here knows when the ball needs to get out. See, to me, I wouldn't realize that ball was thrown late. I would think it was thrown behind him.
Well, I mean, he's open early, and,
Yeah,
and the more
no.
closing time you allow to happen, the more
Well, I
likely
get it.
that the
But I'm just saying that's why I love doing this watch along because, I just don't catch stuff like that the way Coach does. He sees it's like, throw it now.
There's so much anticipation, too.
Yeah.
And the second you see Kieras come over there and no one's on him immediately, he's open
Yeah.
for what you need with just the yard.
Yep.
I'll tell you about everything that could go wrong for Georgia has this second half so far.
I mean, you look at that 3rd down, they go come up short. They're 1 of 7 on 3rd down, 1 of 2 on 4th downs.
I'm just afraid that's a pretty severe injury for Kieras because I got
The way he spun,
He's not writhing in pain on the ground if it's just something minor.
no, he's tough. And that poor kid's been. You go back to that Vandy game last year when he gets in and I think he injured his hand and was out for quite some time. Guy can't catch a break.
Cincinnati's playing a good football game.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with their defense. I'm impressed with their quarterback.
It is one of the best defenses out there. You can say, well, they point to their conference, but those guys tackle. And they
Maybe
hit,
need
they
a
hit
new-
like a ton of bricks.
They may be needing a new head coach if some other teams decide Luke Fickell's worth hiring.
I'm sure. David Pollock says he loves the play call on 4th and short for Georgia. Horrible execution, bad throw by JT, and Jackson also has to make the play.
Well, it's one thing that we had mentioned when JT got the job is that his first, I'd say, game, especially first 2 games, he was more accurate than he had been at any time that he's played college football.
Yeah.
Now, his arm strength is out of this world. We all know that, and he can make NFL throws. He's had a couple balls today, just not quite on the money, not quite the right timing, a couple underthrows on some deep stuff. I'm not putting like all of that on him or anything. I'm just saying that.
Cincinnati's run 4 plays the second half.
Yeah, they had that first touchdown right off the bat, and then a 3 and out.
Good coverage there, Stevenson. Just keep in front of you.
So Georgia has gotten to the Cincinnati 12. They had an INT. They got to the Cincinnati 23. They had a fumble. They got to the Cincinnati 25 and turned it over on downs. Oof.
You know, that possession just came on the heels, too, of Georgia's defense.
Yeah, just
Getting the ball right back.
on that big 3 and out.
Screen.
Yeah.
Tell you, from what I've seen, Cincinnati versus Ohio State would have been a good game. Just saying. Who's the best team in that state? And I'm including the Bengals.
Oof. That's
I'm
cold.
joking. Saw AJ Green say something. His last game with the Bengals may be coming
This
up.
is a quarterback keep.
3rd and 2.
Yeah.
They going
Wildcat.
Wildcat.
Oh, they're
Motion.
offsides. I mean,
False start.
false start. Thank you.
A lot of procedure penalties for Cincinnati here in the last few minutes.
They look like they're going to try to run some kind of pass with that guy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Looked like he was rolling out. He was going to roll out to his right and
3rd and 7,
throw
2 minutes
throw
left.
to Ritter.
Big play here.
We got a safety blitz.
Oh, wait, well, there's a hole. Jeez.
Nothing there. Threw it away. It's good defense.
I think we ought to try to go block this guy. He's taking all day to punt it, and we're getting all these fair catches. Go after his ass. Good boy, Adam.
Adam's so good in pursuit. All right, 4th and 7, 151 in the 3rd.
I'm going for the block here.
Kieris is back out there. I guess he's fine.
Yeah, that is
Glad to
big.
see that. I'm really surprised.
Again, Peach County. They're just tougher than everybody else. So the defense, back-to-back big stops there.
Down 11 points with 16:43 left in the football game. Georgia needs a pretty flawless finish to make this comeback. But again, moving the football has not been the thing that's stopping Georgia.
Right.
Maybe in the second half a little bit, but even then, JT Daniels is 15 for 21 for 255 yards and a touchdown. And as a team, you can take, this is sack included, I guess, and maybe you could subtract 12. I just updated. 16 rushes for 42 yards. I mean, if it's me, I'm airing it out. And I think that they tried to do that a little bit, but Darnell, Pickens.
Yeah, but do you need to keep him in the block the way that they've been putting pressure on?
John Fitzpatrick can block.
Yeah.
Throw him in there as a H-back.
Yeah. Do what they did with their tight end a little while ago, where you bring up that he holds that blitz for about a second and a half, then peels off, and he's wide open.
Well, it's like Coach was saying earlier, if you could hit the bubble screen without getting a holding call,
Yeah.
you'd get a lot of yards out of it. Because that's what Cincinnati's giving you with the way they're rushing the passer.
I agree. It's just when you see what Georgia has the potential to do and then what it does, I can see.
Oh, it's infuriating. to fans.
Exactly.
I'm
watching
sure
about-
fans are looking at this and saying, like, Georgia's kicking their ass and is down by 11.
Yeah, it's that's part of it. It's the game within a game. It's like, let's look at the defense here in the second half. 2 plays, they give up a 75 or 79-yard touchdown. Then the next drive, they run 3 plays for minus 15 yards. Then the next series, Cincinnati runs 3 plays for 3 yards. So 75-yard touchdown, which puts them up by 11, but then they get minus 15 yards and 3 yards. So it's, you're like, God, you got the potential to stymie this defense, but one miss, and the guy takes it to the house.
All right, Georgia gets the ball at the 29-yard line, 1:43 left in the third.
Doing a good job mixing the snap counts up, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we needed to after they just were teeing off on you. And
There's just no way you can run against an 8-man front. You're wasting the play.
they did that again when they were on when they had 2nd and 4. They ran that same play, and we're looking at 3rd and 3.
They're just playing percentages, but
Yeah.
we got a screen, draw, something to slow down this rush. Flare the ball to your back like we did the 22 early in the game.
Yeah.
Now they're just playing. They're coming off the edge again.
I actually like that from Daniels. I mean, that shows a bit of awareness of what's coming.
It's better than fumbling the ball again.
This initial look may have
Yeah.
been over the top on the right side.
Boy, Truss got beat like a
Yes.
tom-tom.
He did.
Got faked outside and came in.
And that guy came in lightning quick.
You got to give him some help.
Yep. There's your
George 1-on-1 here.
so Georgia goes 3 plays, picks up 1 yard.
That ain't going to do it.
Nope.
This is going to be the book on
We got to roll out the quarterback.
Yeah, I was just about to say, him just sitting there in the pocket with them bringing that many guys. And you're going to need some sort of help on special teams. A little muff here.
well, there's Thunderfoot.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Good grief.
Little help on special teams, like we just said. Whoa, dude, you didn't catch it there.
Well, if you take that and then the 4-yard punt and average those together,
And he was averaging 28 yards a kick.
that just
That-
went up to about 40, I bet.
It took him to 34. 27 to 34. He added 7 yards. 57-yard punt.
I mean, Georgia's offense should be able to gain yardage easier than that.
Well, you can see you had one run into an 8-man front, then you had a missed block, and then you had an overthrow. That'd give you 1 yard.
But I can tell you what Georgia fans are thinking, and that's, how are these receivers not getting open quick?
Is what?
How are receivers not getting open quick enough to get the ball out before the rush gets there? I know, like, I'm sure that's what fans are saying, because you see different teams that it seems like their receivers are always flying open across the middle, 2 yard, 2 seconds after the
Because
snap.
they got the threat of the run. Look, they just did then. They ran RPO right behind the guy.
All right, that's going to take us to the fourth quarter. Cincinnati with an
We'll
11-point lead
see.
and the football.
This game has gotten, I would say this game started out chippy. And it's got more and more so as the game has progressed. So Georgia trailing again.
1 touchdown in this game for Georgia.
Yep.
312 total yards, 1 touchdown.
Like I said, to the 12, the 23, and the 25, and 0 points out of those 3 possessions.
If you got questions for us, feel free to drop them in the chat here. We'll take them as we can. Try to help you understand what's going on a little bit better. Again, thanks for watching. This is the UGA Sports Watch Along show with head coach Jim Donnan. That's Radi Nabulsi. I am Dayne Young from UGAsports.com. And, the beautiful thing about what we do over at UGAsports.com is while this is the last game of the 2020 season into 2021 for the bowl game, our information flow and scoop and all of that stuff, that continues. This is 24/7 around Athens. I promise you that. So, next week you're going to have players that have injury recovery beginning. You're going to have, classes starting. You're going to have transfers come in. You're going to have transfers go out. We've already seen a couple with Micaiah Tongue and Trey Blunt. He went to Old Dominion. So
Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, all to say, this may be the end of Georgia's football season, but it is not the end of what we do over at UGAsports.com, which, 27 cents a day? Is that
27 cents a day. And the crazy thing is people say, well, it's the off-season, it slows down for you. It does not.
Anything, you may pick back up.
Well, sometimes when you have a practice on Monday, practice on Tuesday, practice on Wednesday, and then no availability Thursday, and then Friday we have our predictions and our 3-2-1 columns, or our Saturday coverage. The season is busy, but especially with the fact that there was no recruiting visits, normally we would be just flooding the zone with guys who had visited Georgia over the weekend and get their comments. Now we're going to seeing them and we're talking about how was your Zoom thing. So we're doing a ton of recruiting, but we don't have as much reaction from the players who are on, coming to visit campus. So we're going to go right into, signing the real signing day, not the early signing days, that, first Wednesday in February. Georgia still has some spots to fill.
There's going to be some people that you did not expect to be here. That always happens. I always think of Akil Crumpton. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
How he ended up on Georgia and kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Georgia may not get those additions via, 2021 recruits. You can get some portal guys. So a lot to keep up with at UGAsports.com. It does not slow down. It only picks up.
But we've got a quarter left of this season, and we've seen Georgia do crazier things. So let's see if the Bulldogs can find a way to get back in this game. We've got to get the offense back on the field first. Defense has done its job the last 2 drives especially. Here's Nakobe Dean getting pressure on Ritter. Makes him throw it away. So it's going to be 2nd and 10.
That's what you call a delayed blitz there, where Nakobe saw it was a run-pass option. He played the run, and then the quarterback pulled it, and he just went through the gap. Show us a replay of it. Good job of rushing the passer there.
Coach J.J. Morris wants to know why Georgia's corners are playing so far off the ball.
It's just we have a guy on the other side that hasn't played a lot of corner, Stevenson. Right here we're playing man under. We're going to bail, but we're playing Campbell man-to-man down here, but we've played off of them to make up for that a little bit. Here's a draw.
Oh.
Good. But, when you're down to your 4th corner, which basically we are because Stokes and Daniel left, so you got to protect them a little bit. So, for the most part, we've made them throw it in front of us, but they got short field position for an easy score and had a 79-yard run. And, basically we stopped them okay, but not good enough. They got the slot open again.
Yeah. There's nobody there.
3rd and 7.
Ritter's going to go
Get in there. Atta boy. Get the ball now. Just get a break on a fumble one time. Yes,
sir.
That's
Adam Anderson's going to pop up with it.
That's the way to make something happen.
Anderson.
Largy hit him, I think.
Yeah.
Largy on the backside.
Wow.
Wow, Adam just went in there and stole that thing. Kid thought he had the recovery.
I might be for just getting in that power set and putting Carter and those guys in there and running 56 and 57 power 6 straight times.
When they run behind Clay Webb, Jordan Davis.
Just line up and
Run
see
through.
if they can stop you. That's the way to roll him out. Throw it. There
Well
you
done.
go.
There you go.
There's a roll out, boys. Good shot.
It's John Fitzpatrick's fourth catch. I
I
think.
was like, ouch, Charlie horse.
Very good by JT stepping up there.
Yeah.
Good touch too.
Nice block downfield by Kenny Mack.
Come on, let's go.
Especially right now, Coach. I'd love to see that jumbo formation.
Nice. Get a block.
Touchdown, Georgia.
There's this toss. God, listen.
You've been
to-
asking for the toss sweep since the first series of the game.
That was a reverse toss there, but it was good.
Yeah.
Now we're looking good.
There's how you turn the fate of the football game.
Pretty good by Truss. Pretty athletic.
Yeah.
Got a tie.
Now, was that the man he was supposed to get, or was that the most dangerous man?
Yeah, the most dangerous.
Okay.
The fact that he's 325 pounds and can pull out there and show some agility.
Pulled out 11 yards.
Dog's going for 2 here. I like it. Going to roll out and throw the crossing route. Just terrible pass there.
Yeah.
Who was that on the motion?
Looked like
Was it 13?
Is that Stetson?
I like
Or
going
Eric.
for 2 there. Though. That was smart.
Yeah, it doesn't do you any good to be down
Just get your feet set and throw
17
it.
to 21 and be down 4.
What?
No, you're talking about going for 2. You know, if Georgia just kicked the PAT there, point after, it'd have been 17 to 21. You're down 4, so it doesn't matter.
But if you kick the field, if you make that, you're down 3, and a field goal ties it, Roddy.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you, Coach. I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
I like the fact that they went for 2, because if you'd only kick the PAT, you're down 4. That does you no good.
Yeah, it
4
was-
versus 5.
It was the play. It was
Yep.
the right play. It was just,
Yep.
I don't know what kind of pass that was.
That was Stetson Bennett screaming in motion through the backfield on a 2-point conversion attempt. Never thought I'd say that sentence.
He must have been the other guy they were going to throw it to. But there's a real paradox there on 2-point plays. A lot of people will try to run something like that, which is a way out Willie, to
Yeah.
try to trick them. And some people will just run your best play. Both of them work, but in this instance, just get your feet set and hit him. He had 2 guys open.
They were
But
both,
I
they
think
were
the thing
stacked,
that-
too.
I think the thing that very evident here is we got to move the pocket, whether it's
Yeah.
faking or whatever, and just slow these guys down because they can't cover us. Right?
No, you're 100% dead on there. Because Georgia gets in tight, and they're just letting Cincinnati tee off on them.
well,
Coach,
our defense is starting to assert itself here.
Yeah.
Coach, start thinking of a former game, and sometime in February we'll come rewatch it with you.
Do what now?
Think of a former game that you coached for Georgia, and we want to come do a watch along with it in February. How about that?
Yeah, that'd be good.
We'll pop it up here on the screen and grill you about why you called what you did.
Hey, I asked you about that shirt from Hawaii the other day. Maybe that's the game we should watch.
I think we watched Florida 97.
Oh, okay. Call up Robert Edwards. Invite him over. Yeah, Georgia's defense has saved the day the last really 3 possessions. I believe it was it 2 3-and-outs and then the forced fumble?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think they've had 1 first down this half.
Correct. On that last drive, they had 5 plays.
All right, so Georgia trails by 5 points. It's 21-16. This is the UGA Sports Watch Along show with head coach Jim Donnan. There is 13 minutes on the clock.
This is going to be some kind of RPO.
13:20.
The other team helps you a little bit when they drop it.
Shout out to Bud Light Seltzer Strawberry. Thank you, Bud Light Seltzer, for sponsoring our show.
If you'll fit in the cranberry and grapefruit, you'll have the all the flavors from the variety pack. You can call it a grand slam.
I'm a team player.
Yeah.
Everybody deserves a shot.
All right, 2nd and 10.
Make the tackle.
Lewis seen that whole pile was going one way. He came up and dropped his shoulder into it to stop that.
We got to be ready for the quarterback run here.
Yep.
Every time they need it, that's what they'll fake it and pull that guy around. 3rd and 4.
Where do you run him, Coach, or where does he take off to?
He'll fake the 24 to the left, and he's going to run it to the right.
Yeah.
2 receivers on each side.
Or run to give him where he's got more room to work at the top, into the field side.
Oh,
he
yeah.
dropped.
Get him down. Oh, yeah. Sometimes guys piss down their leg.
Oh, my goodness.
The guy's had a good game, but he's having a hard time right now. I mean, those are kind of plays. The drop pass on first down, the missed snap here. I mean, oh, yes.
You know, and here's the thing: Georgia's had that same problem earlier in the year. You just
Excuse the language, but that's what he did.
not
It was a urination play. Come on, Kyrus, you're due, man. 12 months pregnant. Kick him one.
He wants one so bad.
They gonna
It's a
fake
fake.
it. God Almighty, they didn't work it too. God, the game was on the line. And we got to watch for that. God knows. Boy, that was a good call by them.
That's just
Bad by us.
ballsy.
$22, you got him.
Yep.
It's good coaching.
Yep. Nate McBride had 2 guys bearing down on him.
False start.
You're trying to give it to us.
Cincinnati up to 10 penalties now for 75 yards.
Guys from Victoria, Canada.
$10.56, $10.55, $10.54.
The thing that was good about that is a left-footed punter, and he ran to his right.
Yeah. Well, he set it up with those kind of. Oh my God! You get run down by Jordan Davis, you just quit.
He got run down until he had help.
Yeah.
You know, they say black is slim in color. I don't know. Jordan Davis fills out the jersey. Wait, look at him move.
Let me be serious now. That's hurting his chances of coming back.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying earlier.
As far as
I'm like,
people see that, come on.
Yeah. That guy
It's
was.
3rd and 17, isn't it? Or is it second?
They had the false start and then
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, my bad.
So it is second.
Draw play.
Staying at home.
Good tackle.
That's big tackle right there by
Kobe Dean. He's one of the guys that's playing injured right now, too.
What's the matter with him?
I think he's got something with his shoulder.
So you going to repair it or what?
That's my understanding. We will potentially see.
You know, all those
I know
guys,
he's playing dinged up. Is
all those guys are beat up.
Yeah.
You watch them come off the field sometimes after practice. You're walking around the track, and you see these guys just covered in ice packs everywhere.
3rd and 16.
Oh, you got a tackle there. You tackle Quay Walker.
Nope. Not there. Good coverage from Tyson Campbell, using the sideline to your advantage.
Hey, look, the defense woke up.
That defense has been there for about a quarter now, Roddy.
I'm just saying, after they got gashed on that 79-yard touchdown, they got a little ticked off. Again,
Great job, Campbell.
great form. You're not gonna those guys. You remember in the beginning they were calling pass interference and calling all these things. Georgia has made some bad penalties, but they were also called for a few that weren't good. You have to play it like that, so they can't give you a. You don't give the official a chance to call it against you. So the fake punt just puts Georgia a little bit further back.
All right, while ESPN takes a break, let's do the same thing and say thank you to our friends from Athens Ford.
Athens Ford makes buying a car or truck easy, safe, and more affordable than ever. During the Athens Ford Model Year-End Clearance Event, use Easy Purchase online to shop hundreds of new Fords, all with our 100% price protection guarantee. Plus, save big with F-150s up to $14,000 off and Expeditions up to $15,000 off. All new Fords include our lifetime warranty and complimentary delivery. Plus, pick up and drop off with every service. We're lending a hand to keep you going and keep you safe. Athens Ford, where we do it all for you.
Athens Ford could not do the show without you. Thank
No.
you for everything you do for UGASports.com.
And thanks for everything you do for the Athens community. Again, we appreciate the fact that you're taking care of Athens Regional, Piedmont, taking care of the kids in the community with your charity that you do every year. And one year I went up there and they had bikes as far as you could see for every car they bought. They had purchased a bicycle. I mean, it was a fleet of bicycles. It was unreal. So the folks out there just do a fantastic job taking care of the community, and they sponsor all these little league teams. You know, it's good people. You go out there, it's just people you want to support. You know?
Great location over on Atlanta Highway. You can get in and out real easy. Do a couple things while you're out that way. Maybe go by Academia, another friend of UGASports.com.
Yeah, absolutely. But I've actually had some of my most productive times out there in their repair service center. You know, because they have this fantastic clean area, work area. You know, or you can just sit and relax while they work on your car. Great internet. You know, faster than what I have at my house. Free drinks, free snacks. Just an immaculate place to actually get some work done. So you drop your car off for an oil change or a tire rotation or anything like that. And they don't spend 45 minutes trying to upsell you going, oh yeah, well you need a new air filter here, you know, and they don't do crap like that. They're like, here's what you need done. Here's what we recommend, and they knock it out for you.
Having been to your house to pick up some equipment, I'm surprised you haven't had to have your vehicle repaired for all the deer that are out there running out in front of you. You have a family of deer that greet me the couple times that I've been over that way.
Every freaking time.
We're going to have to talk about what we're going to do here now, and I think a couple things. Move the pocket, take the ball to the edge, line up in tight formations, run right at them, throw it to the back out of the backfield. Those are what I would do, along with continuing to hit the crossing routes.
I was just saying not to line up tight and run right at them. So
I said occasionally
Okay,
line up tight.
no, I get it.
I'm just saying when you do it, you know, make sure you have the edge protected where they can't hit you from the backside.
Which they have been doing a ton. That's just frustrating.
Like, this is a good formation here.
8:59 left in the fourth.
Right there. Show him some speed right there.
Oh no.
He's gone.
I'd say his knee's all right.
That's the best screen we've thrown, and it didn't look like outside in blocking. We blocked it inside out, and it's easier to kick out. Watch this. Kick out. Look at Truss.
Truss and Justin Schaefer from the far side of the far side of the line coming around there. That's 660 pounds of beef rolling down the field.
It's a great call. Different way to run the bubble.
I did not realize it. That's lights out. Oh, that took some of the starch out of him, too.
Wide open. George
Don't
is
get
feeling
a
himself.
penalty.
He so wanted to hurdle that guy and go into the end zone.
Jiminy Christmas.
Oh! Just watch him land flat on his back. I've tried some backflips off the high dive that ended
Where's
that
the
exact
ball
same
here?
way.
The 8?
It's going to be about the 9, I think.
Let's run that flip play back this way now.
I'm sorry, what do you want to run, Coach?
I want to run the flip play they ran to White
Oh, yeah.
back this way.
1st and 10. It's at the 10.
Well, we can make a first down here.
He just throws it away.
God almighty, what are we doing?
All right, so it's going to be 2nd and 10 after the throwaway.
You know, the difference for us and Georgia teams the last 3 or 4 years, 1st and 10 on the 10 is a passing down for us. It's been that way all year.
Yeah.
He's calling for that's pray defense. Pray that we stop them. See that?
I saw it. Loud and clear.
Move the quarterback.
Quarterback moved. Get rid of it.
Third and goal.
God almighty.
This is why next year when you have a Brock Vandegrift who can run it, maybe you run a couple red zone packages for him.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't be giving people nightmares about freshmen running special packages.
Hell, that never happened. So what's it matter?
What's the hold up here?
Freeman's agent's getting him a lot of
They
airtime.
said there was,
I think they were calling it a fumble.
what was the fumbles? Where'd it go out of bounds?
Yeah, that's why I think they moved it way, way back. All right, you'll figure that out. I'll be right back.
George Pickens' 3rd career 100-yard receiving game. 2nd in a row.
That's his first half gainer?
He's now caught 5 passes for 114 yards. Been targeted 7 times. Get a little stat update for you. Georgia now over 400 yards.
How many times we been in the red zone today and didn't score? 3?
3 times in the red zone. Scored 3 out of 5. So twice we haven't. Georgia's run 51 plays. Cincinnati's run 55. Georgia's averaging 8 yards a play. Cincinnati 5.3.
Yeah, I mean, that's biggest thing is we got 2 turnovers and a bad punt, right? And they had 2 turnovers.
1 turnover for them.
This is a big call right here.
Yeah. I mean, other than a 79-yard run, Cincinnati hasn't been able to run the ball. If you take that away, their total yards is 215. But you can't take that away. That's not how the game works.
We were just saying this is a huge call here on the review. I mean, was he saying he was down, or was it he's calling illegal? Is he calling throwing the ball away, or what was he calling? Christ.
I thought it was they were calling it a fumble.
Was a fumble. The ball went out of bounds.
Yeah, the ball went out at the 19, so it'll be 3rd and goal from the 19 instead of 3rd and goal from the 10.
Oh, it went out on the 19? I thought
Yes,
it went
sir.
out on like the 10.
No, they moved him back. He lost 9 yards on that.
It's not a fumble. His arm was moving, didn't you think?
I thought so. I thought it was an
did too,
incomplete
that-
pass.
Yeah.
ACC, you're a Power 5. Don't give a non-Power 5 a call.
You know, I'm almost having some sympathy for Georgia Tech and Duke and Clemson, and you guys have to play with these refs week in and week out.
You're not going to get much Georgia Tech sympathy in our chat. I'm
Dude,
going to tell you.
I didn't say how much.
I'm any.
About the number
We
of
played.
calories this
We
and that.
played several ACC teams, and we had some really bad calls one year. Well, let's watch this.
His arm is going
That-
forward. I don't know how you ruled out a fumble
They
on the field.
confirmed it. Christ. You had to kick a field goal here.
3rd and goal from the 19. Probably taking a shot, right?
God knows. A lot of slipping today.
I can't believe that call. Like his arm was clearly going forward.
That situation, why wouldn't you throw it to Kenny Mack?
All right, Pod Lesney. Perfect. This makes it 21-19. Can the defense do it again? But the last 4 possessions, the defense has kept Georgia in this game.
So we're 4 out of 6 in the red zone. 1 turnover, and then what happened on the other time? Missed field goal.
Yes. No, he made a field goal, but that would have counted in there.
He's missed 1
Yeah.
field goal earlier, right?
I don't think he missed a field goal.
No.
He made a field goal.
Cincinnati guy missed one, but not Georgia.
Oh yeah, we made that one. Had
It
the
was the hook that
knuckleball.
looked like it was going to be a miss, and it went in.
So we have 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals.
Yeah.
2 touchdowns, 2 field goals.
You had the INT when Georgia's on the 12. You know, you had the
Was it one of the fumbles down there?
the fumble on the 23, and you turned it over on downs on the 25. So
Yeah.
You just got to run the ball a little
So-
better in the red zone.
that's 3 possessions inside the 25 in which you did not score. Any one of those, and you're leading the game.
Are we sure Amarius Mims is not eligible to play? Are we sure?
I'd run him out there. Nobody's seen Xavier Truss that often. I think you could have snuck him out there.
Truss has been off and on. I'm not trying to like trash on him
Nah,
or
I
anything.
know what
He's had a couple really good plays, especially in the open field. He's had a couple things he's got beat on too. Any inexperienced player against an experienced team is going to have that.
Really not sure where we were running on first down there. We threw it out of the end zone. Who was he throwing that to?
I don't know. It's almost as odd as that 2-point conversion call. You're like, I don't understand that play. is
Yeah,
my
just
point.
the movement passes and the underneath stuff has just been so golden, and we don't ever throw it. What, Fitz has caught 4 and Washington 3? How many's Fitzpatrick caught?
John Fitzpatrick has 3 catches. Darnell Washington has 3 catches. Pickens leads the team with 5. Karras has 3.
You just think inside the 10 that your tight end would be golden.
Aaron Calloway with a super chat. Thank you, sir. Really do appreciate you, man. He says, hunker down, and thanks to y'all for doing this. Happy New Year's, fellas.
Happy New Year to you too, my friend.
Aaron, you're the man. Thanks for doing that. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting us.
Gonna come down the pod making a field goal.
Hey, Roddy, you might want to check your mic.
Oh, sorry, I guess I can put it on.
Ah,
That would help.
someone said, is your mic off? Yeah,
No, I'm
it
still a little
was.
drunk sitting here. Forgot to put the mic on. I like Kenny Story says he fumbled that ball with a perfect spiral.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a good point. When you
That was a huge call. Don't know a lot of teams that are going to get 3rd and 20 on the 20. Unless you're Cincinnati at the end of the half and your quarterback rolls out and comes back. That's the play. Don't forget it, Coach.
some people are giving Todd Munkett some grief. I don't know that all these plays are exactly what he called.
A lot of it's just don't have the. All right, make the tackle.
Whoa.
Oh, Lewis. Excuse
No,
me.
that's Latavius
Brady.
Brenny getting off a block and just
That's all
lowering the
six.
boom.
Wow.
Can't play it much better than that, Breeny.
No. Stack, drive, look, execute.
Celebrate.
Biggest room in the world, room for improvement. He's made it during this game.
We said earlier he's kind of growing up. Doesn't mean he can't make a big mistake here. So I won't say anything, but I'd love to see him make another play like that.
You just said something.
I know. Oof,
Second and
oh,
13.
can't get all that time.
All that space. Make a tackle. It's going to be 3rd and 4.
Strip that ball. Oh, they're gonna make a
3rd
third
and
and 2.
I
Wow.
didn't think you got that far.
I didn't either, but they obviously are watching a much different game than what we're watching.
This is quarterback wraparound.
Another super chat. Paul Blanco, thank you, sir. He says, go dogs from MCAS, Cherry Point, North Carolina. Fumble confirmation, maybe the worst review he's ever seen.
Did they call timeout? Somebody hurt?
I don't see a timeout called. Must be an injury. Yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
an injury on the field. Who is that? Latavius.
Brenny's banged up.
Just talked about him.
Yeah.
Again, Paul Blanco, thank you. And Aaron Calloway, thank you, sir. Those super chats. Man, that's just generous. You don't have to do that. But we appreciate that you do.
We do. I really, really appreciate it. It means a lot. I like, remember Prince Miller?
Yeah.
He's coaching. He says, listen, that's how you play a screen as a cover down player. Great play. Prince, not one of the biggest guys, but he fought off a lot of blocks like that too. So
All right, so with Breeny out, does that put Stevenson back over at star?
see, this was what I had in my 3-2-1 was I thought that they might switch back and forth. So Stevenson has played star. He switched with Mark Webb a lot and DJ Daniels, but I don't know who goes to cornerback if.
Speed or Kimber, right?
Yeah, Jalen Kimber's worked over there some, so it's going to be very interesting to see if Stevenson drops
Who comes
back.
in for Breeny here?
Yeah.
Here comes a wraparound play to the right. That tight end is going to come around. No, he's not.
Oh, they're going to stack him over there. Oh,
All right, get
Oh.
another motion penalty.
boy, that guy. Poor German kid comes in and
He's losing it in the translation.
como se dice hut? I don't get it.
Stephen Nett asked about has Richard LeCount played a snap? He has not.
I have not seen him yet. I put in that 3-2-1. I just wasn't sure if he was going to play or not. Oh, 2 guys jumped, so.
See, here's the thing. They get 30 more seconds on a penalty. Play the game right here, sports fans.
Yeah.
3rd and 7. 5:11 left in the 4th quarter. Got him.
Nope. Oh,
Yes,
he did.
sir.
Aziz.
Wow, Aziz, and way to drop him back.
I'm glad you came back for this game, man. Go on and get drafted, but you played a heck of a game.
He's not hurting his draft stock at all.
Yeah,
With
helping
those
it, if anything.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you look at the.
That's part of the reason why 51 is trying to get back quick, because he's trying to block 13.
Yeah. No, you're right. I don't. Are you making a joke or are you serious? Because that's definitely what he's doing.
I mean, I'm serious. It's no joke. I mean,
No,
he's
he is.
worried about it.
That speed rush Aziz has.
Please get a good kick. We got a punt return on these guys. We got a punt return on them. Kick it far so he can return it.
He gets all day.
Oh,
Oof. They swarmed him pretty quick.
at least he kept the ball.
Yeah.
If that had been a fumble, whew. Georgia's defense has dominated this second half. And I know it didn't seem that way in terms of points, but a lot of that was just offensive mistakes. One long run from Cincinnati to begin the second half, obviously.
Yeah, they had 2 plays in that first drive.
Right now, the whole thing is immaterial. What we got to do is make a march here and get a field goal.
Just win the damn game, right, Coach?
Yeah. Please move the pocket.
4-10.
Can't have any lost yardage plays or any penalties.
He lost it.
Where was it?
Did he lose it in the Mercedes-Benz
It
roof?
looked like. Holy God.
Jeez.
Holy moly.
It's just nowhere near him.
And Kirby's just run down the field because he sees that it's open and
If you're going to do that, do it with the number 1, not number 7.
All right, 2nd and 10, 4:03.
you got a wasted down there.
There's one. Now set up about a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5.
I like throwing that underneath them.
Coach, would you run it here knowing it's 4 down territory?
No, not with our running game right now, unless you run the flip play. It's 4 down territory, but we got to get a little sense of urgency here, boys.
Yeah.
Took 30
Look at all.
seconds to run this play. Good run.
Oh my God, I got
Should
nowhere.
have never stopped.
Got a yard.
It's going to be 4th down and about 3.
Roll out. Just roll out in the flat and hit him.
Oh wow.
Made a good play.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, if you commit to that, this is going to be a 4th and really short.
We punting?
Fake punt, maybe?
I don't think we punt here. Only got 2 timeouts left. Never.
Because 2 first downs would pretty much ice the game. Yeah. I guess to me, I would trust my defense from either position too. So I wouldn't punt this ball.
No.
And Georgia does.
God, he went out of the end zone.
All right, so it's going to be 2:59 left. Cincinnati gets the ball after the touchback. Georgia's got 2 timeouts.
So they just used a timeout to punt the ball.
Why did we call a timeout?
That's what I wanted.
The pressure is just so immense that you got to let that kid move on the run a little bit because they just sitting target back there, or put a tighter formation, use 2 backs to block. Pass protection is just getting overridden. He gonna put the game in number 9's hands here.
Yep.
I've been talking about this quarterback run. I've been wrong, but it's coming.
All right, can the defense bail out Georgia one more time? 2:59.
They're going to need a turnover.
I mean, if they can avoid giving up a first down, they're fine. Get them out of bounds.
Doesn't make any
It doesn't
difference.
matter.
The clock's
It's under
still
2.
running.
Yeah.
Give him the mark back where he went out of bounds, Fatso.
Second and 4. Clock's ticking. 2:34. 2:33.
What the heck?
There he goes.
First down. Christopher Daddy, thank you for the super chat, sir.
Thank you, Christopher.
Never getting the ball back.
Christopher's a big supporter of what we do with our YouTube channel, and really anything else to see his name pop up a lot. Just really grateful for you, man. All right, we're at 2 minutes to go. First down for the Bearcats. All right, so the timeout's probably going to be coming here at 1:45. It has been called.
If we stop them here, call timeout, then they're going to run it down to,
Be a little less than a minute, I think.
yeah, but
I mean, they got the time during the next 2 plays, so.
what I'm saying is, even if we stop them here, they're going to punt the ball with like 30 seconds to go. I think something's going to be hashed out. Well, why would you call a timeout to punt,
Yeah.
right? Maybe trying to decide where they're going to go for it, but I mean,
Good pursuit from N'Kobe Dean, but
Yeah.
effort maybe a little too late. All right, 1:41 on the clock.
oh man.
So it comes down to this: 3rd and 2, minute 41 seconds left. Georgia just burned its last timeout.
I would think this has got to be an option read or something, just to. You're not going to risk an incomplete pass.
Right. It's going to run it to the edge.
Extra blocking from motion. How about another false start?
Be too good. Delay a game would be better.
Here comes Aziz.
Timeout, Cincinnati. They were trying to draw them off. Tell you what, Fickles coached a really good game, I thought.
Yep.
Got a couple gifts in the first half especially, but, maintained a lead in the second half with only a touchdown. That's all they've scored in the second half is a touchdown. This was 14-10 at halftime. I just wouldn't have believed that Georgia's offense, with the guys that did choose to opt out, I would have thought it had been the secondary that would have kind of plagued the team today. But
Secondary hurt us in the first half, a little bit, but second half played great.
yeah,
O-line's had a hard time with all these stunts.
all right, 3rd and 2. Rolling out.
Good play, 7.
Stevenson.
Wow.
Wonderful.
The good thing about it is there's no clock.
Yeah, I'm stunned they threw the ball. That's a very bold call.
Well, as just like you said, you expect them not to do that, so they're kind of
What a reaction there.
That's really good coaching. Get down there, get your arms up.
Great play.
Wow. Now, do they go for it here on 4th and 2?
On their own 40-yard line?
Yeah, field position wise, and with some of Georgia's offensive struggles, I think that would be a pretty silly call.
I'm just saying. I thought punting the ball to them was a silly call too, but
Now, what if they run that same fake again?
Coach, there's no way you try to do that right there. You just run the clock. I mean, we get the ball with 45 seconds to go.
Uh-huh. It's very... and Georgia may have just got bailed out. We'll see. I mean, they would still have to do something with this, but
yeah.
bad coaching decision.
Good block punt.
In my opinion, you just saw 2 bad coaching decisions in about the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's my take.
One from each side.
But you notice that guy was open for a while there, but the closing speed of Tariq and to get his hands up was gigantic.
I mean, it's fine to go for the hammer, but
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, he's
Georgia-
going for the win.
There's 2 plays there. We throw the ball to a guy and he can't find it in the lights.
Yeah.
And then that guy's so open. We don't have the block on.
all right.
All right. It's there for you.
80 yards,
You don't need
88.
80. You need a field goal.
88 seconds.
We need 30. We need about 50 yards. First play, run a screen. No lost yardage plays.
And tell him, Coach, why running out of bounds doesn't do you any good.
Huh?
Well, now it does.
Well, before 2 minutes, it doesn't. After
Right.
2 minutes, right now it does.
Right.
Yeah. Clock stops after 2 minutes if you go out.
Yeah.
Can't take a sack, obviously.
Just stay out of your way, George. Keep your mouth shut. You can't get one more penalty. So that's 12 of them.
And that took
15 of them.
6 seconds.
I like the fact we're huddling up here. Don't let them know what we're doing.
Burton and Karis Jackson up top. Pickens down below. John Fitzpatrick in motion. 1:23 left in the 4th.
Patrick goes to the slot. He's wide open.
Okay, get up there and run it.
That didn't seem like a lot, but there was pressure bearing down on the backside for JT, so that's a very productive play considering what could have happened. 106, 105, 104.
What a great run.
Yeah.
Come
Clock
on.
stops for the first down.
2 more completions.
50 seconds. 49.
3-man rush.
Oh, horse collar.
Good sixth sense there by JT Daniels to know where his line of scrimmage was.
Why is the clock running?
Because
Stop for first down.
they stopped it for about 2 seconds and they said, oh, yeah, he's
It
got it.
didn't go long.
God, he
Oh.
didn't get out of bounds.
Hurry up. 25, 24, 23,
32.
20. Cincinnati calls timeout? Or was that a faking of an injury?
Move the clock back.
Yeah.
Because he was down and popped up, right?
Yeah. We might should have spiked that ball after the first down, you know?
Yeah.
Right now, what is it, 58-yard field goal? Check the clock. I think
Yeah,
they
I
get.
would like to.
Where's the ball?
They won't show us. Let me look here.
36.
It's 53 right now.
So how many plays have they called right there, Coach, for this scenario? It's like if we hit this, then we're going to do X.
If you don't, you got to be ready to spike it.
Right. It's like line up and spike.
Obviously, first down's paramount here.
Throw it to Robertson.
You'll have enough time to get a spike.
Can't spike it now, buddy.
No.
Third down. You can spike it if you made the first.
That's what I'm saying if you got the first. So I'm saying the middle of the field is available as long as it's a first down.
We're going to try to get it outside here and get it up there for the field goal. Otherwise, they're going to kick it a longer one. Why do you go to that guy instead of George? God almighty.
All right.
See, again, just nothing against Jermaine, but the way George lays out for those balls,
No timeout, so no icing.
How far is it?
53.
He made that sucker.
Wow.
Oh, the dogs! Woo!
Todd Lesney.
Answer the phone!
There's still 2 seconds left.
Come on, Prophet of Doom. If they can score on that, I will kiss their ass under every red light in town. Give them 10 minutes to draw a crowd.
That's gonna be
Good
a
God,
penalty
you
flag.
deserved that with all the stuff we had.
and the kid coming off of COVID too. Oh,
I think this is going to be celebration. Yeah.
Was it 53 yards?
53 yards.
53 yards. His longest was a 51.
It's all that remdesivir he had on COVID. Give him credit for making that march in spite of some.
What a kick. Good snap. Good hold.
You know, the thing about it, the last one he kicked, the first one he kicked looked like it was going out and came at, but give that guy a scholarship, Kirby. Don't you think?
Oh,
Yeah.
We got to give him a scholarship.
That was good for another hit the camera.
Here's the thing about it. It's just we had a better team than this team. You give them credit for playing and all, but we had to coach around a lot of stuff, and unfortunately, some of it worked, some of it didn't.
So Kirby's like, I told y'all we should punt.
He thought it was over. Kirby's working on a little boiler there.
What a kick.
Coach, this is what you get for throwing that rollout pass on 3rd and 2.
Oh, yeah. If they run the ball, I think Cincinnati wins the game.
Yep. You got the quarterback who can take off.
Give him a scholarship. Give him a Ford F-150. Athens Ford.
Yeah, give him 2.
Give him your supply of Bud Light Seltzer.
Elijah Holyfield, go Dogs.
I don't want a squib kick here. Kick that sucker as
Kick it
far as you
deep,
can and
deep,
make them
deep,
tackle
deep.
you. That's it.
That's what
Kick
he
it
did.
down there.
And bounce. There you go.
See if they can make a play on it.
He picks it.
Oh.
Oh.
All right, 2 seconds from their own 2-yard line. That's
Good kick.
a wonderful kick.
So I tweeted out your comment about give Podlesny a scholarship, Coach.
At this
The
point,
fans tend to agree.
I got to do something here that's going to embarrass me, but I'm going to do it.
Right?
Just be ready for this.
All right.
There's a game to put LeCount on the end zone. Put him back there right now.
Oh yeah. Well, somebody better run off the
It's
field.
going to be that all-time
Safety.
Oh my
fall on the
goodness.
ball for a touchdown. For cover.
I'm about to say that's like the craziest backdoor cover ever.
Yeah, so it's going to be 24-21.
Yeah.
This is it right here. I had a friend of mine come in here a little while ago. This guy right here.
All right.
And one of his best songs, right here. Welcome to my world. Let me come on in. Miracles at last happen now and then. All right, Elvis. You did it. Miracles that can. Woo! Would have been a miracle if I got a fumble with it recovered for a backdoor cover.
So Georgia wins 24-21.
I'm still
Beats
in
bowl
shock.
champions, and I don't.
Just the way Kirby drew it up. He knew he should punt to him, and no, that's still to me.
MVP Podlesny, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, remember he hit that long one that kind of sailed in with a little English
I
on
don't-
it. Then you,
I mean-
you hit the game winner, you got to get it. You know.
Down the stretch there, and then that last 2 minutes, though, George caught the first pass, and then we didn't go to him again. But that's good.
So-
Richard will count. He's soaking up being a dog.
He's gonna go out on top. Congratulations to the seniors.
Hey, technically, you could come back. I'm just saying, if you really wanted to. But I
think-
understand why he's not. I'm just saying.
Well,
Hey, I
I
think
just had a text that they've decided instead of giving him the Ford F-150, they're going to give him that Mercedes that's up there in the bins.
I think they did put in LeCount for that last play.
Hey,
Good. If they did, that's good.
That's a close postseason game won by Georgia in Atlanta. A lot of fans don't think that happens.
Anthony Dasher, they're renaming St. Simon's to St. Podlesny.
I tell you, that's a big ending for Georgia just for energy in the offseason and going what's next. I mean, these guys need a break, for one, because it's been just a hellacious year in practice and surviving everything.
Yeah.
But
Playing without I mean, any way you look at it, we chronicled this game about the issues that Georgia had, and some things didn't work out and some did other, but they coached around it. I thought our defense really improved as the game went on. Offensively, we still had some issues, but, when you have 2 turnovers and you have a bad kick, it's hard to win a game. But fortunately for us, Cincinnati helped us with some of their penalties, and the one big turnover on the strip sack was huge to set up a 30-yard march. So we can go back over this and hit it any way you want, but right there's the guy that's hoping for a miracle, Brian Kelly, going against the Tide. But these games, you see so many times when you hadn't played, so many mistakes that this happened to the team. Missed tackles, not making third down conversions. We missed the pass on 4th and 2. One thing after another. But it's just, as much as we can find, if you just pretend that this thing was half empty or half full, I really think Georgia's program is half full right now when you look at the talent on hand, the future of what we got coming in. And as Roddy was talking about on his 3-2-1 report, some of those freshmen that had lined up over there in Butts-Mehre the other day, I can just tell you, encouraging. If we got about 9, how many we got? 20 signed?
20 signed, yes,
If
sir.
we got 11 more that look like those 9, you can have about 10 of those Bud Light seltzers on me, man, because they look good.
Again, I want to tell folks, we mentioned this. This is why you got to be a member of the UGASports.com. The word that Dayne got, the word I've got, what Coach has got, Amarius Mims. That
They don't make them like him.
they do not. So you got to go read what we had at the 3-2-1 report. You got to read about what could happen in the transfer portal. Again, I know a lot of people are down on this year, and they're like, well, year 5. You replace, Coach pointed out in before the season started that UGA would be rebuilding the offense completely. You didn't get a spring. A lot of teams that didn't get a spring, but at least they had the same offensive coordinator from the year before.
4-0 with his quarterback, too.
Yeah. And you bring in a new coordinator, new quarterback, new offensive line, new receivers. It's been a complete rebuild. But going forward, the core that Georgia has on its offensive line, the offensive skill players, the defense, you're going to lose some guys there. Secondary will be a very interesting thing to watch next year. But the amount of players that you've brought in, we talked about Kirby bringing back-to-back number 1 recruiting class, and people go, well, why aren't you winning? Well, yeah, some of those guys are freshmen and sophomores.
We led the number 1 team in the nation 24-20 at half.
Yeah,
So,
who else has done that?
You're going to lose. The Florida game is a debacle any way you look at it.
Especially with all the guys out.
But it's just
injured.
But 8-2. I tell you, 15 minutes ago, I'd say the chances 8-2 weren't good, but a lot of resiliency on that team. And as Roddy would say, shout out to Natavius Brini, who made a chameleon change over the course of that game. I mean, and more he played, and for your fans out there listening, here's a guy that plays safety, and moved up to a star, which is the 5th defensive back. So instead of playing zone or playing behind a man coverage and covering for him, you're playing, run support, you're playing man-to-man, you're doing all those things. First time ever he's ever played it. He got hurt a little bit, but boy, he made some really good plays there in the second half.
Yeah,
and
that third down.
The other thing I want to do is just say to a couple guys there, Azeez Alarji, you could have opted out. You could have gone and said, hey, I'm not going to play. I'm going to protect myself. I promise you today, you made about $3 or $4 million the way you played. I hope that Davis comes back, but, man, the fact that he came and played showed you and talked about being with my brothers. I mean, that's not hunky-dory stuff. That's the truth. These guys want to play with each other and play ball with each other. So it's just a case of we got good morale around here in Kirby. I also want to shout out to James Cook. I thought that was a tremendous tribute by Del McGee to wear his jersey on the sideline. You know what it's like to lose a loved one, but this young man lost his dad at 47 years old, and tough, be practicing and not. And I think he's going to have a big year next year. He's really had a lot of things go wrong for him, but I'm just so happy that that Coach McGee showed that tribute. Shows you what he thinks of the guy here. So. What else can we say? Anybody got any questions? I just made a fool of myself on Elvis, but
No, that was the best part of the whole show.
It was a miracle. I mean,
if I would have told you back in August that two of the primary guys that would help Georgia win its bowl game would be Jack Podlesny and Latavius Brini.
Right.
I mean,
they're not in.
Hell, if you told me that earlier this week, I'd have told you.
They're not in Steele's guide. But I will just go through this. We played this game today. And of course, they had some guys out. We played without our starting center, our starting right guard, and our starting tight end on offense. Those were three guys. We started a guy at left tackle that's never played more than maybe 20 plays all year, and he did a pretty good job. On defense, we played without a guy that was nominated for the Butkus Award at linebacker, Monty Rice. Two corners, both of them probably going to be drafted. Stokes for sure, first couple rounds. Daniels later round. And you just keep adding on to that. It's just a very good job of the guys stepping up and doing their job. Stevenson, what a play. I mean, he saved the season there, fourth down.
He did.
Coming back and knocking that ball down.
And he was pressing to play in corner all game. And that.
And Campbell, that play at the end of the half, that was just a reverse pivot, throw the ball. But Campbell did some shutdown things too. I thought Smith was really good. Smith and Brini. Our tackling wasn't great early on, but got better. But basically, you played a team ranked 8th in the country, whether they're ranked 8th for no reason, who cares? But you played them with 4 guys in the offensive line that hadn't started at that position this year, except Erickson started at center. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Salyer moved to left guard from left tackle. Schaefer moved from left guard to right guard. And, Truss comes in at left tackle. And, McKinney, our right tackle was the only guy that played his original position today, right?
Yeah, redshirt freshman.
So
he's not a freshman.
Shout out to Matt Luke. Again, you guys can write all you want to on the dog vent and everything about what's wrong, but I don't know many teams that could handle all that and still win the game. 2 turnovers, bad punt, 79-yard run, but God, that was a good victory. That was sweet. Sometimes you got to put the candy in their mouth, like Coach McGill would say. I'm going to tell you something, Coach. Sometimes you got to put the candy in the mouth and then just take it out, and it just makes that mouth burn.
Oh my God! I've never heard that one.
He said it makes it burn.
I love it. The game changed after Georgia got punched in the mouth on that 79-yard touchdown run. The defense came out pissed off, and that complete. At that point, it looked like, geez, Georgia, the halftime adjustment here is terrible. And then the offense came out and kind of sputtered, and they went right back. Then they had the fake punt. The defense goes right back out there. The defense did not break after that fake punt. They only gave up that one big play, and they were able to shut down Cincinnati for the rest of the way. I do want to give a shout-out to Cincinnati. I think that is one hell of a football team.
Very well coached team.
Again, they made adjustments. They took advantage of where Georgia had some issues. I was just very impressed.
Miracle.
Your thoughts?
I think I've covered it.
Okay.
Should we say goodnight, Gracie?
You just want to go home and get drunk. I know you.
I want to go home and do film don't lie.
Yeah, you would have got. You were about to watch these college football playoff games. Although, I will be. I don't know. I'm thinking that Alabama should do quite well against Notre Dame. At the same time, we've seen Alabama's susceptible to some of those big
I think
plays.
these
So
are 2 blowouts. I think
Yeah,
those 2
we'll
teams
see what
are-
happens. But I do want to say just a couple things here. First of all, thank you to Athens Ford and to the people, the great people with Bud Light Seltzer, Leon Farmer and Leon Farmer Distributing, helping out because I don't know if you fans know it or not, but Roddy over the summer made some unbelievable purchases here to buy some equipment that really has outkicked our coverage. We don't deserve this these kind of cameras and things, but with the help of these other guys, they sponsored this, and I enjoy being down here. I hope you like listening to us, and we keep getting more and more people. But thanks for listening, and don't be too critical of us. We're a homer organization. There's no question about it. But we love bringing these games to you, and hope we can do it again next year. Just for everybody, there's so many things wrong in this world, but there's a lot of things right. And college athletics can really help you if you're a young person, understanding what it's like to sacrifice and be on a team and do the right thing. And this year was never more exemplified the way Kirby Smart, Ron Corson, the staff, the doctors, tremendous adversity all year, get tested for COVID 3 times a week, basically in a bunker, couldn't go out anywhere, had to be, all the thrills of being at an Athens campus, they're out the door. I mean, you're just sequestered most of the time and practicing and then not knowing you're going to play and then having 2 games called off. Just one thing after another. But, these guys are on scholarship and all that, but they sacrifice a lot. But you got a lot to be proud of if you're a Georgia Bulldog supporter. Yep. You got a really good guy at the helm that believes in the program, and hopefully, better things are ahead as far as the future. But there's a lot of teams that like to have what Georgia has right now. I know we're not right up there in the top 4 this year, but next game against the Clemson Tigers, starting the season out, unless we go conference only, and we'll see how that goes. But finishing up, I want to say thanks to Dayne organizing this. He does a great job keeping up with it. He's way over our level as far as organizing it. And then Radi, week in and week out, people don't realize how much he sacrifices to give you guys. I know you pay a little bit, not enough, but he gives you a lot of stuff there, and he works at it. I mean, this guy's got more angles than, a isosceles triangle. I mean, he really works in a lot of different ways, his staff, and I appreciate, that's about all. I do want to say how much I love my wife and how much she's fought through this. And I want everybody to know that she's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, she takes care of Coach, and he takes care of her, and it's a relationship that you would strive to have in your livelihood. Find somebody that loves you as much as the Donnans love each other. And we thank Coach Donnan for letting us come into his basement here and his big projection TV room to bring you these watch-alongs. And I didn't expect the coach to, he and the missus have fought off COVID, and he lets us still come in here and do the show. And it would not be a success were it not for you people sharing it. It means a lot to us. And I want to thank Dayne as well, and thank my staff for knocking it out each week, and thank all of you for tuning in. And hopefully we'll do a watch along for, like I said, Coach Donnan, the 97 Florida game or something like that. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we get spring practice, folks. Anything else you want to add, Dayne?
Thanks for watching.